The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. We talked about Auburn being up to 15, Alabama up to 2 in the AP poll earlier. Auburn gets Texas A&M at home Wednesday. Bama back with Mississippi State. But back for Alabama's Namari Burnett. Here is Nate Oates talking about getting their best defender back earlier than expected.
You know, I didn't anticipate him being great after being out as long as he did, but I wanted to get him some minutes. You know, we got him a little bit. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be back for at least another week. So, to me, any minutes we can get him right now, he's going to play hard. He's going to be great on defense. You know, he got the one layup. You know, I mean, this was a decent game to get him going. We got out in transition a little bit, but I anticipate him getting back pretty quick. I mean, he's a hard-playing kid that it's going to be great for us on defense. He makes open shots. He's going to be another guy where if Sears or Brandon are struggling, he can make open shots, kind of like Ryland did for us tonight.
Yeah, fantastic. Another addition for this team.
And it could have been entirely coincidental. I don't think it was, but the first 2 games after he was injured were the 2 worst defensive games Alabama's had all season, Memphis and Gonzaga. Now, they've straightened a lot of that out, but I don't think it was coincidental that he left and you immediately hit the skids defensively.
Final 60 seconds of the show here. I want to tell you about Daniel Jeremiah's first mock draft. He dropped that Friday after our show. He's got Jalen Carter going number 1 overall to the Chicago Bears, Bryce Young second to Houston, Will Anderson third to Arizona, Will Levis fourth to Indianapolis. Even our guy Daniel Jeremiah has Will Levis as a top 5 guy. What is amazing about this, he doesn't have C.J. Stroud going until number 9 in Carolina.
I don't get it.
Levis in front of Stroud. Look, DJ, I think is going to be on the show this week. So save your Will Levis question for him. But that is baffling to me that he would have him 4th in front of C.J. Stroud. And look, DJ knows what he's doing here. That tells me that DJ's talked to people inside that organization that like Will Levis more than Stroud.
Brian Branch, 14th overall to the New England Patriots, by the way. Another Alabama guy that, you know, Bill Belichick would be very familiar with up in New England. 12 SEC folks in the first round of Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. Still time to get to April in Kansas City.
That's right.
Union Station is where they'll be for the draft this year. And they said in a broadcast, Jim Nantz says some locals are calling it the biggest sporting event in Kansas City's history.
They've hosted AFC Championship games.
Yeah, and the Kansas City Royals World Series.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of an overstatement.
Whatever Nance wants to say is what he said. We are back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time with a live show on Tuesday. Don't forget replays everywhere. Thanks for watching us on all of our video platforms. And don't forget your podcasts, wherever you get those, or tune in live anytime on iHeart and TuneIn Radio. Thank you guys so much for being with us. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. and let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get into the NFL championship weekend coming up a little bit later on in what was a big day in basketball yesterday. But we're going to start off with college football, the story you guys have been talking about late last night into the early morning hours. And first thing, the sun came up and the Roosters were out doing. Do roosters crow? What do roosters do in the morning?
I don't think they've outgrown that. I think they crow.
When they scream, when they wake everybody up in the mornings, everybody was, cock-a-doodle, Bill O'Brien's gone this morning.
My rooster didn't do that.
Your rooster doesn't do that?
No.
What is wrong with your rooster?
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Bill O'Brien's gone, everybody.
Why does your rooster have such a high voice?
Bill O'Brien is gone, and everybody's shouting it from the rooftop. Quick statement here. Do you think Bill O'Brien was a problem at Alabama last year or not?
Look, it wasn't a creative offense, and you've got arguably the best quarterback in the history of a really iconic football program. I don't know. I mean, Alabama was fourth nationally in scoring with 41 points per game. The year before, they won an SEC championship and were a half away from winning a national championship. Somebody's always going to be the scapegoat, and because Alabama hasn't won a championship in a couple of years, the scapegoats were the coordinators. Nick Saban's never going to be the scapegoat.
Here's the dirty little secret about Alabama offensive coordinator. Okay? Here's the dirty little secret. It's not about what you do in annual numbers. Okay? So Lance is right. You throw out scoring offense, you're like, that wasn't the problem. You look at total offense, that wasn't the problem. You look at producing a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, the offense wasn't the problem. The dirty little secret about Alabama's offensive coordinator is we need him to be really good in 2 games in the regular season.
Like which 2? I mean,
well, you don't know.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You don't know.
They were pretty good against Tennessee.
I'll tell you which 2 they were until they weren't great at the beginning, and right there at the end they had some issues. And LSU. Last year was Tennessee and LSU. Those are the 2. I can't look at the schedule and tell you which 2, Dunaway.
No, I will tell you.
But you got to be good in 2. Basically, it might be 1 regular season game. You might catch a year where you only got to be good in 1 regular season game.
Yeah. Here's the deal. You want the dirty little secret?
Do you disagree with my dirty little secret?
No, your dirty little secret is very pedestrian. I'm kidding.
Well, let me hear yours.
This is the dirty little secret that nobody wants to talk about with Alabama football. And I guarantee you, if there was truth serum to Nick Saban, if there was truth serum to people who play the game,
right?
Alabama's offensive line and Alabama's defensive line were middle of the pack or worse in the SEC.
I don't disagree.
They were not elite.
Yeah,
they don't have
disagree.
elite offensive line play anymore. They don't have elite defensive line play anymore, which made the linebackers have to do more, and they couldn't get to their personnel and have elite seasons. And the offensive line couldn't do elite things in big moments to win football games. It's not play calling. It's not either one of these coordinators that we've sent on a ship, and we're going to bring in new coordinators until they fix the freaking offensive line problem and the defensive line problems, and they get the Jonathan Allens and the Barrett Joneses back and big people that will just smother you and smear you into the ground until they get that physicality back at Alabama. It's not the X's and O's. It's those big, ugly guys in the trenches, and that's where Alabama football has fallen off.
I think there are a lot of people that would agree with you on that. Brown agrees. I agree. But it wasn't just that. Somebody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room said Alabama had receivers and they had talent it was like Maverick Hammerfist. Talent, all caps. I'm sorry, they missed on receiver this year.
It appeared they did.
I mean, Bill O'Brien back same offense that he was running in 2021 as 2022. Jamison Williams didn't have a problem. John Mechie was a good receiver. You didn't have one of those guys this year.
Yeah.
You just didn't.
And Paul over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, terrible take by Brown. Number 1, I don't do takes. Number 2, it's not a terrible take. Everybody forgets because Alabama scored 49 points in that Tennessee game. 7 of those, by the way, came from defense. Everybody forgets how slow they started that game offensively. You can't just say, oh, they were fine in the Tennessee game. Tennessee was up 21-7 exiting the first quarter. Alabama had not kept pace. It's why Alabama spent that entire game clawing back to finally take the lead at 35-34. They had to claw back in.
You tell me the last time you felt good on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 when Alabama's lined up. I don't care who's calling the plays. You tell me the last time that you felt good that Alabama could get a yard if they needed to get a freaking yard.
Probably 2015 when Derrick Henry was the running back.
Yeah, if I had John Parker Wilson over here right now and I said, John Parker Wilson, last season, it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, anywhere on the field. You think Alabama can get that yard? He'd go, maybe.
Yeah.
But there was a time in Alabama football you said, hell yeah, they can get a yard.
No. I mean, Josh Jacobs was one of those guys,
too. I was probably unfair in saying 2015. Najee Harris was one of those guys. That 2020 offense was pretty much unstoppable. So, I mean, I would say that there have been times, but consistently it was early in the Saban. This back half of the Saban era, it hasn't been as consistent that way. No, I would agree with you on that, Jim.
Yeah, but Bob Sacamo and others, red zone creativity, garbage, red zone offense, yes. You know why? Because in the past, except for the Johnny Manziel loss at Bryant-Denny Stadium when we all said, why did you throw the ball? Run the ball. Because in the red zone, when you're great at running the football, you know what you can do in the red zone? You can line up and wait for it. You can run it into the end zone. Your offensive lineman can push people out of the way and run it into the end zone. They can't do that anymore.
The irony of that is Bill O'Brien's a well-respected NFL coach. Where do NFL offensive coaches make their millions?
In the red zone.
In the red zone.
Yeah.
I mean, between the 20s in the NFL, there's yards to be had. It's in the red zone where they really, really make their money.
But what does Alabama have to do in the red zone? With Bryce Young at quarterback,
much easier in college.
But what did Alabama have to do in the red zone? To say it's first and goal from the 5.
Yeah,
they had to throw the freaking thing in every time.
Right. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
By the way, Patriots red zone efficiency this year, 32nd.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. Hey, did you watch them?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. So he's got a job to do once he gets back to Foxborough.
You know who really is the happiest people other than the people in the chat room today? The guy at quarterback in
Mac
New
Jones.
England, Mac Jones.
Yeah, he's got something new.
Well, Patriot fans, too. I think they're excited about Bill O'Brien coming back because they saw Matt Patricia, a defensive guy, calling the offensive plays.
And it looked like a defensive guy calling offensive plays. But I go back to what I said. I mean, our thoughts don't have to be mutually exclusive. I think you're absolutely right.
It does not, Brown. We both can be correct.
We both can be correct, and I think we are. I think as Alabama's offensive coordinator, and my point in this is, as Alabama's offensive coordinator, you're going to get your yards and your points against the vast majority of the schedule. It's just roster at that point. Your roster is so dang good. I mean, you're like inventing plays to call.
It is not dang good on the line anymore, man. They've got to get back, man. They got to get those line play back.
But even that, look at how many games Alabama just outman. Even with that situation, Jim, how many times Alabama just lined up and did almost anything they wanted on offense. To be an elite Alabama offensive coordinator, you're going to be called on a couple times in the regular season to save Alabama, to save a win. And Bill O'Brien had a chance to do that against LSU, couldn't do it when the defense wasn't getting the job done. And I still maintain his slow start in Knoxville put Alabama in a hole that they just ultimately couldn't climb out, and the defense clearly was not there that day.
I get it, but it's still 4 quarters, 32 first downs, 569 yards, and 49 points. Yeah. You should win the majority of this game.
You should. It's on the defense. I'm not blaming him.
17 penalties, too. Let's not forget.
That hurt. And I'm not blaming him. It is on the defense.
Let me ask you guys
that Alabama lost to Knoxville. But that is my point. Vast majority of the time, coaching for Nick Saban, your defense is going to have you in a possession. You don't even have to be that great offensively to win. They didn't in Knoxville. Alabama had to be flawless just about offensively to win that game.
I was more of a Pete Golding fan than Bill O'Brien, so I don't have a problem with this. But I'm just saying, how different would the perception be if Jamison Williams and John Mechie never get hurt? Because I think everybody would agree, except Georgia fans, that Alabama probably wins that game in Indy and wins a national championship.
I don't like to live like that, but I agree with you.
I mean, there were a lot of drop balls in that second half. The offense completely changed.
No, the fact of the matter is we just had Bryce Young, who probably deserved better than what he got. in Tuscaloosa as far as a trophy case is concerned, right? He's got a personal one, but doesn't have a lot of greatness, doesn't have that national championship trophy with him as the starting quarterback at Alabama. He bailed Alabama out of a lot of things, but there is somebody there. Bob says, with Bryce, what was Bama's identity? It was Bryce Young.
Yeah,
they had to play a certain way because Bryce Young was the quarterback. And now with Ty Simpson coming back or whomever else is the quarterback, Alabama can change their identity a little. They had to play different, Brown, with Bryce Young.
They had to play different, but I mean, I think let's don't get caught up in the semantics here. I think their identity became give the ball to Bryce Young and let him bail us the hell out.
That's right.
I mean, I think that's what their identity became. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, we've got maybe the best player in college football. Obviously, we're going to feature him. And it's another thing to say, we got the best player in college football and not a great plan around him, so we're just going to let him bail us out every time. Yeah, and I felt like that's what a lot of what Bryce Young did.
100%, because a lot of times he was dodging a player or two before he could throw the ball down the field. I mean,
it started with Texas.
The year he won the Heisman, how many times did he get sacked? Wasn't Alabama one of the most sacked allowed teams in college football the year he won the freaking Heisman? A lot of problems.
Probably so. I mean, he got destroyed at Jordan-Hare that day.
Listen, you're chasing greatness, right? So we're, Alabama, what was they, 11-2 this year, number 5 in the country.
Yeah.
It's not like the house is on fire. But my goodness, when you're chasing greatness, which is where Georgia is right now, when you're chasing winning a national championship where they made it look easy for a long, long time, it's not an easy fix. It's not just changing an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. This will be 6 different offensive coordinators in 8 seasons for Alabama. 6 different offensive coordinators in 8 seasons for Alabama.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. You're painting that as a bad thing?
No, I mean, it's not a bad thing, Brown, but that's a lot of change, though they supposedly keep playing the same style. So I ask you, if we're playing the same style in Tuscaloosa, why are we always upset with the offensive coordinator?
Oh, I don't think they are always upset with the offensive coordinator.
They are now with Bill O'Brien.
Well, they are now, but I don't think Alabama fans have always been upset with the offensive coordinator. I think Nick Saban, by and large, has gotten it right. But, I mean, in the line, and I pointed this out earlier today, to your point of how many offensive coordinators Alabama has run through, the line should start at the door for this job. I mean, like Nick Saban should open his office door and every great offensive coordinator in America is standing in line right there.
Because they're all right now either OCs in the NFL or head coaches somewhere.
Your last 5, here's the career path for your last 5. Florida Atlantic coach to Ole Miss coach. Bills offensive coordinator to Giants head coach. Maryland head coach, Texas head coach, Patriots offensive coordinator.
That's right.
If I'm out selling a job, I'm like, okay, well, look at the upper mobility you have in this job.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to make $1.5 million.
Oh, yeah, if not more.
Or $2 million if you're
Depends
a certain guy.
Who the guy is.
Yeah, so the upper mobility is there.
Well, that's $1 million question now. I mean, I think most people assume if you can get through the hurdle of the NCAA and figure out what's going to be on the other side for Jeremy Pruitt, he's going to be the guy that's the defensive coordinator. But, the question now is, who is that offensive coordinator?
Well, let's talk about that coming up in our next segment. We'll get to that in a big segment coming up that will stand on its own. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at World of Wills. This great tradition in Birmingham is returning very soon. I just call it WOW, or as it looks on my sheet of paper. Wow.
It's the
World of Wills.
52nd annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. Coming up February 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the BJCC Convention Complex. You're going to see hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, and motorcycles presented in creative displays. Great, great vehicles there. Also, Friday night, 6 o'clock, Thompson Square is going to have a 30-minute performance, followed by an autograph session with the band. Joe and Amanda Martin from Rockstar's favorite show, Iron Resurrection, on Saturday. And Jimmy Walker, JJ from Lance's favorite show of all time, Good Times.
I did like Good Times.
I love Good Times. One of the saddest TV moments of my childhood, man.
Are you talking about when
John
Orlando?
Amos,
was it Orlando was his name?
No, John Amos's name was
Orlando the woman.
I can't remember John Amos's name in that show. When he passed, that was so sad. O'Reilly Auto Parts in Birmingham, any Birmingham area, O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you advance tickets, always online, worldofwills.net.
You remember when JJ got involved with the Warlocks?
I think so, yeah.
And he hid his gang jacket in the oven? Boy, she was pissed. Florida was her name.
Yeah.
It was like
Flora.
Florida. And she looks like David Ortiz.
Yeah, she does.
Can't
Can't swing it like Ortiz.
No,
God, what was his name in the show?
I'm looking it up, Jim.
Yeah, but he had a massive heart attack, but they didn't show it, right?
They didn't show it because basically he had left the show. And as a kid, you don't realize that. You're like, oh, John Amos died.
The contract dispute?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, but it was very sad. Very
Oh,
sad.
very, very, very sad, no doubt.
And who was? But see, you guys didn't watch that live.
No,
'cause
I
that was
watched
in
it.
the
Was-
70s.
no,
it was reruns.
No,
Yeah, it came
right.
on after school.
Yeah, I think WGN reran it a lot. And that and the Jeffersons.
Yeah, because that was just typical of the 70s in America. You know, you looked the rundown inner cities, and everyone's fighting for a dime. It was rough in the 70s.
James Evans was his name on the show.
Yeah, you say that, man. Like, I was watching a documentary on the mob last night, The Five Families, and they were showing New York City in the 70s. It was a complete shithole. It looked like it'd been bombed.
I lived through the 70s. America was in rough times in the 70s. The Carter years, woo.
Yeah, Nixon to Carter, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Watergate bled into the Carter years. It was not a good time to be a kid, man. You're Stretch Armstrong. You got one thing for Christmas.
Did you ever bust one of those open?
Oh, yeah.
Burn that red goo would come out.
Yep.
You think if you ate that, you probably
I think
die within a minute?
I think actually the stuff that was inside came from 3 Mile Island.
Yeah,
also another
I
70s
believe that.
incident. Yeah, hostages. It was a bad time.
Yeah, Charlie.
All the baseball uniforms looked basically the same.
Oh, they did. And he played in
All
those
the
cookie
stadiums looked the
cutter
same.
stadiums.
All the stadiums looked the same.
Soulless cookie cutter stadiums.
70s, man, sucked.
We had a head coach in the NFL that wore a cowboy hat on the side.
I like that now. We should go back to that.
I Love You Blue. That was good.
Charlie wants to know the name of the documentary he asked LT that you watched last night on the Five Families.
Oh, I'll get it.
All right.
Just give me a second.
Coming up in the viewing menu.
Okay. Basketball last night. I just want to get my opinion out there because I'm at Lunsford's. We're playing poker, getting ready to play poker. And listen, I'm not a Duke fan. I'm not cheering for Duke. I was cheering for Virginia Tech.
Well, because you knew Virginia Tech was a lock.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that, but I figured I'd ask you about it today, and I always knew it would win. But I'm sitting there, I'm watching the game, and I just think you have to control your excitement, your body, and everything when you're on a basketball court. And I understand that the punch was unintentional. If you've seen SportsCenter, if you watch the game live, big bucket after Duke. I mean, Virginia Tech has dominated this game. And Virginia Tech hits a jumper, and the kid's excited, and he turns, and he throws a fist punch into the air. But there's no air there. It's just the throat of a Duke player, a big, tall Duke player. Hits him in the Adam's apple. So much so that the coach said he was like vomiting in the huddle during the review as they went to the tape. And they said incidental, no foul, nothing. You guys seem to think that's the right call, and I guess everybody in basketball seems to think it's the right call. But I was wondering what all of you in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room thought. I mean, I don't think the kid was intentionally doing it, but I think you got to control your own body, man, your own excitement. You can't punch somebody in the throat, even if it's an accident, and there not be nothing called. And I'm not cheering for Duke, so this isn't a Duke guy saying, man, that would have helped Duke win. I just felt like the punch to the throat should have
I'm going to ask you
come
one
with something.
question. You answer it honestly, and then I'm going to give you my opinion on the situation. Does any of your money, your bottom line, go to Duke?
Well, yeah, but I'm cheering against Duke.
He's got that bumper sticker that says "My wife and my money go to Duke."
But I am a I don't want to say I'm a Duke hater, but traditionally in my life, I take great joy when Duke loses basketball games.
I do too, typically. And again, I had Virginia Tech minus 2.5. Lucky to get home on that one. But watching it live, and I was watching it with a former basketball player, and he said that's incidental contact. And I didn't know. I was scared to death because when they go to review, you never know which direction it's really going to go. But the more I looked at it, I thought it was incidental. I mean, the kid's celebrating. Unfortunately, other kids in wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised at your stance on this, Dunaway. And
let me ask you this, Dunaway. If you
isn't most contact in basketball incidental? We're not setting out to run into anybody,
yeah,
are
but
we?
those are rule violations.
But let me ask you this simple question. If he would have thrown the punch and hit him in the shoulder, it's not nearly the deal it is that it hit him in the throat.
It isn't.
Yeah.
But technically that also impacts how, the state of being that guy is the rest of the other 30 seconds left in the game.
Move your ass.
Yeah. he's where he's supposed to be.
I'm just saying.
It's such a non-basketball move.
A random occurrence.
Yeah.
For him to hit him in the throat. Like, even if they were squared up, about to go hands, and he tried to punch him in the throat.
So you're saying the rule should be changed? You don't like the rule?
I think they misapplied the rule. I think the rule is there that should have been. I'm not saying the guy should have been ejected or anything, but it should have at least been a common foul.
But but don't they go to the video to determine if it was incidental or?
Obviously they went there and reviewed it and said it was incidental. And that was their rule.
Well, but then the rules apply properly then.
If
there's a carve out for
you're
incidental
right, because they
contact.
never come back a day later and say they misapplied a rule. I mean, it happened in the SEC this past week. I'm saying,
do you think they did?
They went and reviewed it. Yeah, I think absolutely it should have been something else. It should have been.
What should it have been?
It should have been either a common foul, Brown, or a foul where you shoot a free throw and get the ball back.
Asking you questions,
I mean,
Jim.
it could have very easily been a flagrant foul.
But a flagrant foul there's intent there, right?
Yeah, but there absolutely.
The problem is
there's a second level,
right, where there's clear intent. It shows clear intent,
right?
So this didn't. I mean, you would not argue that.
I'm not saying that the kid was not. He was not trying to hit the guy.
But I guess that's what I'm trying to ask you is. There is a carve out in the rule for incidental contact, right? If we go to the monitor and we view that there's incidental contact, it is no foul. They got that right then.
But you would also say that in the game of basketball, celebration is not really it's not your God-given right in basketball to have a celebration after you make a big bucket.
It wasn't a big celebration.
Yeah. He just turned and punched into the air.
Okay, so
and it just happened to be as he's turning to punch, that guy is
Kyle
where he is, and he catches it in the throat.
Is the freshman? He's a 7-footer. So, by the way, hitting a 7-footer in the throat's a little difficult to begin with. He was throwing a fist in the air.
I mean, Tiger Woods used to do that all the time. If he accidentally punched Patrick Reed, would you want a 2-shot penalty on Tiger?
People would celebrate that.
Nobody's that close.
If he spilled blood on the 18th at Augusta.
Yeah, but for instance, so I mean, I do know we're talking about a sport where a coach actually punched another coach last year.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
yes.
But if he'd have spun and hit an official, if he'd have spun and just decked one of the officials, what would have happened? I don't know. Listen, I was cheering for Virginia Tech. One of my good friends, John, is a Virginia Tech guy. I'm glad they finally broke what seemed like a forever losing streak. That program doesn't win anything anymore. So I'm glad they got a win. And one of my least favorite places to watch a college basketball game.
It looks like the ACC version of Coleman Coliseum.
We were talking about bad floors in basketball last night, and Virginia Tech is a terrible floor.
Not just the floor, the whole arena.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hate watching games there.
They've got the city layout. Like under the Virginia Tech logo, there's buildings, and it doesn't make any sense.
Not a fan.
And by the way, John Shire, year one is not going great.
Oh, it's pretty bad. He's had some injuries.
C+ at best.
I mean, they're very average. 31st in the KenPom at 14-6. Duke not used to being there.
I mean, they get in the tournament, but boy, that is not a scary team at all.
But I'm just saying, man. Listen, I was cheering for Virginia Tech. I'm glad it worked out the way it did. But boy, if that had been an Alabama player that could have caught it in the throat, you'd have had to tie me up this morning, man. I'd be going crazy. All right, Alabama's number 2 in the rankings, by the way, in basketball. I didn't say that enough yesterday for the Auburn fans who were on me all night long.
Why were they on you? Because you said it so much.
Apparently, I didn't give Auburn enough love yesterday on the show.
Well, I mean,
NA4UA or AU.
Well, what did they want you to say? Did you give where they were ranked?
Apparently, some point I dissed Auburn's schedule so far.
Well, it hasn't been great.
Well, they've got a quad 1 win.
They do. Now, Jeff Goodman's got them all the way out of his top 25 based on that, and I think that's an overreaction by Jeff.
Seth Davis also has them out of his top 25.
Yeah, I think those are overreactions.
Breaking Super Bowl news, by the way.
Oh, save it when we come back, okay? Breaking Super Bowl news.
Super Bowl.
That from LT coming up. A lot to do here on the show, and we'll get back into Alabama's search for a new coordinator, but I had to get my rules violations across our SEC official over here, Ryan Brown, on the show. Our friends at Slice Pizza want to remind you that a great opportunity for you to have a good time at lunch today is maybe a hot slice. It's only going up to, $55 today? Hot slice of pizza and a salad. 1 slice and a salad's a special. 2 slices and a salad's a special. Or take 1 back to the office.
Hey, local pizza, local ingredients, 4 locations now. My good friend, the late Jeff Bajaya, is the guy that created this concept years ago. The original location in Lakeview. There's 1 in Vestavia, 1 in Montevallo, and now 1 in Crestline. Don't forget, you can be a hero. Monday through Sunday, the Curbside Family Pack Special, 12 of those delicious fire-baked wings. I saw somebody yesterday in the chat room saying best wings out there. The boys had them for the first time this past weekend, absolutely loved them. You get a half pan of the salad, and you also get any 2 of those specialty pizzas. This past weekend had the Little Miss Piggy?
I think it's the The little piggy, not Miss
This
Piggy.
little piggy. This little piggy.
Yeah.
The hot mama and the 4 cheese or the super cheese. Can't go wrong with any of the specialty pizzas. Again, it's local pizza, local ingredients. Get in and see the Bajalia Brothers, 4 locations, and online, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Couple SEC games tonight, boy. Nobody needs LSU coming to town more than Arkansas does. LSU, Arkansas tonight, 6 o'clock ESPN2. Kentucky's at Vanderbilt, 8 o'clock SEC Network. Scary game for Kentucky.
Well, I think any game's scary for Kentucky. They've lost to South Carolina at home.
Yep.
That makes any game you play scary.
But all of a sudden, everybody's thinking Kentucky's back, right?
I think Kentucky's playing much better.
Yeah. But dangerous little game with a coach at Vandy that a lot of people think draws up good plays. We'll see what that game looks like. 8 o'clock on the SEC Network. More basketball coming up in a moment. Our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo, and reposada tequilas. They're aged in a European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or for mixing. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Ask for it by name wherever you get your tequila. My point on the coordinator switch in Tuscaloosa, and Josh Pate, our buddy, makes a point that right now Alabama does not have a coordinator. They don't have an offensive or a defensive coordinator, and they are currently number 1 in the nation in recruiting. So it's a weird place to be, but that's the way Alabama has done things under Nick Saban. But not every problem in a program is always a coordinator fault.
I agree.
And this does feel like Alabama fans believe that switching coordinators is going to solve all the problems. And I think it's more, in some places, positional personnel than it is the actual plays being called.
No, I think you've got a point there. I think Alabama fans look.
Well, you do too. Receivers is big of a problem.
Yeah,
You've got
look,
a point too.
I think that Alabama, for the first time under Nick Saban, because last year, look, this is a team that had a lead in the national championship game. So I think you got to throw last year out. This year, though, this team was missing some stuff, and I think they misevaluated some talent.
I mean, we'll never know the answer to this question, because if Alabama had the best receiving coach in the history of college football, would the receivers have been better? Maybe. I don't know. But on the surface, it looks like they misevaluated the receiving room for the first time in quite a while. I mean, Nick Saban has not missed on receivers very often. But it looked like he got all his misses in one recruiting class, just about.
And I go back to different periods in time when, all due respect to A.J. McCarron and others, less talented quarterbacks than the guy who could go number 1 overall or number 2 overall in the NFL draft, could sit back there and let your receiver run through 3 zones and throw him open over here because nobody can cover you that long.
Yeah, and you're getting time to throw.
Right.
Yeah.
How quick did these receivers have to get open last year? I mean, we blame these receivers a lot, but they had to get open really quick because Bryce Young didn't have a ton of time back there to throw.
Yeah, but again, that's where it comes back to the adjustments Bill O'Brien's got to make as an offensive coordinator.
I agree. It's all poured into one big stew of problems that offense had at times.
And just using this example because, we're knee-deep in the NFL playoffs right now. Going back, we remember how bad that Cincinnati Bengals offensive line was through their postseason run. And people said once they get to the Rams, Aaron Donald and this defensive line is going to dominate. Well, they actually they took a different strategy, and I thought Zach Taylor did a really good job of a lot of quick hitters. And you just got to – they made the adjustment and, led the Rams up until a minute and a half to go in the game. So you got to be able to make adjustments.
Last two Bama and Bourbons. I did one with Aaron Settles. LT did one yesterday. So you've had 2 come out in a pretty fast pace, talking about Alabama football in a lot of those in this coaching opening. So go check out both of those. Our friends right there at the package, the Pink Package
Beverage Place, Over the Mountain Cruisers. I will say this. Aaron said that Nick Saban has sat down with an offensive coach, but he wouldn't tell us who it was.
Yeah. Sat down?
Yeah.
Sat down's big.
Yeah, so there's a lot of guys out there. The one that has been most reported, in Milkman256, great Alabama fan, Jeff Lebby is a guy who Pete Thamel and others have talked about earlier.
Thamel said it last week,
Yeah, Thamel said it last week, but you sort of approached sniffing around that story from a different perspective. You went to the Oklahoma side. What did you learn this morning?
I did. Dean Blevins reported, and he says, there's a lot of belief in this, that Jeff Lebby had told Dylan Gabriel and maybe another Oklahoma player that he couldn't guarantee he would be back next year. That was a private conversation that sources have told Dean Blevins, who played quarterback at Oklahoma. He's now a sports anchor and sports radio host in Oklahoma City. That he and does the coaches show, by the way. The Brent Venables coaches show, did the Lincoln Ryan and the Stoop shows. So this is a guy that's pretty tied in at Oklahoma. And he said that Jeff Lebby was telling some players that he couldn't guarantee he would be back next year. And about the same time that happened was when Thamel, I think, said it on Feinbaum, that Thamel said, if Bill O'Brien does in fact leave, like everybody thinks he will, you watch the name Jeff Lebby. I'm not saying he's 100% getting the job, but it's somebody Saban is going to be interested in.
Boy, I will tell you, that is one of the worst Oklahoma offenses I've seen in a long time.
If you had hired Jeff Lebby straight from Ole Miss, I think you feel better about it than hiring him right now from Oklahoma. That was not a good offense, and they had what I think is a good quarterback. I think Dylan Gabriel's a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah, but you go with what you're familiar with. And if you've gone, this will be the 6th offensive coordinator in 8 years for Alabama. So to go through that many OCs, you try not to change too much, right? Because you don't want to start over. Maybe this is the point when you're changing quarterbacks that you are going to make a major change in philosophy. So maybe he does get out of this mix. But since you changed the way you do things when you brought in Lane Kiffin to Sark, and Kiffin to Loxley, Sark, and all those guys, they're basically calling the same offense.
Yeah.
With a different twist on how they call plays. So Jeff Lebby would continue down that road. So too with A.J. Milwee, who is now with Sark at Texas. He would continue. He's very young and inexperienced, and it would be a roll of the dice, but he is a guy like Lebby who would continue to call plays in the same mindset and philosophy of the guys who have been very successful before you.
Well, now, what Pete Thamel, the angle he took when he was talking about this on Feinbaum is that Nick Saban watched Josh Heupel this year and is like, that was a bad matchup for my defense. Now, it wasn't a bad matchup for Georgia's defense, which won the national championship. So maybe that says more about defense than it does your offensive style. But that was the way that Thamel approaches, that Saban watched that and said, I need more of that.
That's right.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if he looked at that, and even if he did, if he thinks that's Jeff Lebby, what Jeff Lebby's bringing, I don't know. I do know Lebby was well thought of at Central Florida, and which is why you would assume that because of the Central Florida ties, right? He was well thought of with Kiffin. His worst performance was this past season with Oklahoma.
But he goes back to Art Briles, right? That's where Lebby also was.
Yeah. He was at Baylor from 2008 to 2016.
So he's of that Briles tree as well, which it's all clumped together there. A very different way to go is back to where you were. And Nick Saban used to be very NFL style, very pro style, and a run to throw to run, however you want to look at it.
Well, three of his last four coordinators have come from the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Dable and Bill O'Brien and those guys have, long NFL ties. Sark was there. Kiffin was in the NFL for a while. So there are analysts out there who have some old NFL ties as well. So there's a pot full of options for Alabama. It'll just be interesting to see which way Nick Saban wants to go with it.
Well, it's going to be a guy that embraces the RPO game. I mean, that's just you're backing up in college. Yeah. It's too easy to do that in college football.
And Ty Simpson is, I guess most people assume he's going to be the guy.
A little later on, Connor O'Gara projects every starting quarterback in the SEC, and he is the projected starter for Alabama.
I would love everybody to go watch Bama and Bourbon, where we preview Breckenridge out of Colorado, the highest distillery in the world, they say.
How about that?
But I did follow up with Aaron Suttles and ask him, the guy he sat down with, you won't tell us, would Alabama fans be happy with the hire? He paused. Probably not.
Is that more a statement about Alabama fans, or more of the mindset of Alabama fans who seem to find, until proven the other way, they seem to look for the negative? Or?
Well, I mean, let's just look at the last five and how many were Alabama fans really excited about. I don't think anybody was excited about Sark.
Ooh, I disagree.
Oh, Brown, if you go back to the start of if you go back and listen to the reaction, I mean, the day it happened, people were not happy with Sark.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that – I think they were indifferent, didn't know. Mike Loxley, I don't think they were overly excited about Loxley.
Now, in true fandom, everyone changes.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as you say,
when you have success,
it's really
like
good.
that.
I was on Sark from day one.
Yeah, well, Sark probably is the best offensive coordinator Alabama's ever had. Success-wise.
I think a lot of people say that.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you just strictly go by on-field success.
Brian Dable, were people excited
Nobody
about Dable?
knew who Brian Dable was. Yeah. I think the only excitement was the guy had worked with Tom Brady and had been in the Belichick system.
Lane Kiffin, people were shocked.
They were shocked, but I think surprised because it felt like Nick Saban was embracing what college football had become.
And I think people really got excited by that.
I do too.
And then, but I do think there was some hesitation on, like, how's this thing going to work? And then finally, Bill O'Brien.
I think people
Brooks, I was excited about Sark and Kiffin. You were not excited. I'm telling you, Brooks, you may have been.
Easy to say now.
You may have been, Sark.
Now, I do remember.
But remember, Sark had come in for the national championship game.
He had, but that's not how he got the job.
No.
There were two guys between that. He came back in after the Falcons' failure.
Which the Falcons what?
Failure. That's really the only way, though, when people talk about hiring an NFL guy, like you just said, you only get guys that have failed. Nobody's leaving an NFL coordinator's job to come take a college coordinator's job. They don't do that. I can't think of the last guy that has willingly done that. And maybe I'm just missing one. But people don't leave NFL. Why do they not leave NFL coordinators' jobs? Because you're a step away from being an NFL head coach. So that's you only get an NFL guy as coordinator if he's failed. Dable was not a coordinator. Dable was the Patriots tight ends coach.
Yeah. To your point, Freddie Kitchens was a longtime OC in the NFL, and people were like, maybe Freddie will come back one day at Alabama. Well, what did Freddie do? He ended up going 1 year for the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and now he's been moving around in the NFL. I think he's at South Carolina as an analyst now.
Yeah, but he called plays in the bowl game. He called the plays because South Carolina's offensive coordinator, Marcus Satterfield, went with Matt Rule to Nebraska. So he called the offense, I think, in the bowl game against Notre Dame.
So Freddie Kitchens, who was an OC and well thought of as an OC in the NFL,
so much so he became a head coach. Yeah.
That's right. Became a head coach. That was a one-and-done, horrible franchise situation in Cleveland. And then he went, I think, to the Giants for a while. And he was in the South Carolina analyst room last year.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, you fall off quick. But, I mean, Bill O'Brien was a failed NFL head coach. He had been fired. That's the only way you hired him. You hired and Doug Marrone at the same time. Also a failed NFL head coach.
That's right.
Just had a failed NFL coach get fired, Cliff Kingsbury. Well, that name has been connected. But have you heard where he is?
He's in Thailand.
Yeah. He said he got a one-way ticket.
One-way ticket. I'm staying as low as I can.
You know, this would be one of those great stories. You know, Mal Moore camped out on Nick Saban's driveway down in Miami. You know, Greg Byrne or Nick Saban, whoever's got to go over to Bangkok.
Greg Byrne doesn't seem like a Thailand kind of guy.
No.
Rockstar,
Saban doesn't either.
Is it officially pronounced Phuket in Thailand?
I'm the guy that took Thai.
Well, Lance, how's it pronounced?
Sawatdee Krap. What did you always say?
Sawatdee Krap.
Sawatdee Krap.
What does that mean?
Hello or goodbye.
Oh. Wow. Yeah. So they're very indecisive. I don't know if you're going or coming, so I'll just say it either way.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty laid back over there.
Pritch Law says Thailand, or it's the way we pronounced it, Tideland.
Roll Tide.
No, I do think
Cliff Kingsbury,
because I'm not a Kingsbury
guy. To Tideland.
But Kingsbury has had success as an offensive coordinator.
He did.
You wonder if he could just check that ego.
Yeah.
Everyone is saying Phuket.
Phuket, thank you. All right, it looks like something else, which is why I was asking. Yes. Phuket, all right.
Not Phuket.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Bang ding ow. He's too low.
He's in Phuket, and if you're paying attention to his social media or people who are with him social media, there's a lot going on in Phuket.
You're saying he's not by himself there? Yeah. I don't think Cliff struggles.
Yeah. He's drawing up different plays right now.
Yeah. But I don't know. What is his future? I mean, he'll never be an NFL head coach again, I don't think.
No, I don't think. I think his future more so would be rehabbing the image coming back as an offensive coordinator. So
I think
feels like he's going to take a year off to me.
Probably so. But if you're Cliff Kingsbury and you want to coach again, I'll point out the progress of the guys that have had that job. You probably look at that and say 1 or 2 years at Alabama, I can be, if I want to do this, I can be a college head coach again. Hey, 1 or 2 years.
Forrester from the back row. Horson's available.
What was it? How did you view him as an offensive coordinator?
No, he's not the first one. Bill with an Auburn logo. Harsin? Anybody? Takers?
Would save Auburn some money, right? I don't know if that's offset or not.
Boy, this would be the first time Nick Saban might have a mob against him.
If he went Brian Harsin.
Yeah. Clay Travis at the top of the hour. Dan Orlovsky joins the show. His weekly visit with us coming up at 11:45 Central Time today. A lot to talk about with Orlovsky to come. We'll continue the conversation coming up on the other side, including Brownie and Lane Kiffin exchanging tweets coming up on Twitter. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're getting ready to pop the question, Bromberg's is the place to go in 2023.
Yeah, again, they are your diamond specialists since 1836, family owned and operated. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. If you're in the watch market, go check out Oris. It was founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. The Norris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. They're available at the Summit and online. You go to Brombergs.com, shop for everything right there, or call 205-969-1776. The specific website for Oris, Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Cowan Equipment poll question. Which coordinator firing and hiring is more important to you? Offensive or defensive coordinator at Alabama? That's your Cowan Equipment poll question. Taylor's about to send that out. Which one is most critical for you as an Alabama fan? The offensive hire or the defensive hire? That right now brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Bill O'Brien is the new offensive coordinator with the New England Patriots. He has finished his time in Tuscaloosa. This seems like it was planned out from the beginning of last year that this is exactly the way it would play out, and it has done that. And a lot of you are excited. And Brown made a point earlier to which Lane Kiffin responded to Brownie on Twitter. Walk us through the tweet that you sent out and what Lane wrote back.
So I made the point earlier on the heels of the Adam Schefter breaking the news, as you can see it if you're watching, Scott showing it to you, that the last 5 head coaches have had this career path leaving Tuscaloosa. Florida Atlantic head coach to Ole Miss head coach, obviously Lane Kiffin. Brian Dable, Bills offensive coordinator to Giants head coach. Mike Loxley went to the Maryland head coaching job, still there. Steve Sarkisian took the Texas head coaching job, still there. And Bill O'Brien back to the Patriots as offensive coordinator. Lane Kiffin because I also attached the defensive jobs, responds to that and says better to be the OC than the DC, according to this.
Well, I didn't see your defense.
All right, here you go.
But, I mean, Pruitt to Tennessee.
Hang on, last
Kirby
five. Kevin Still is confusing, and it's so long ago, you may not remember the Kevin Still deal. But Kevin Still was initially Alabama's first defensive coordinator under Nick Saban. And Nick Saban moved him to assistant head coach for defense or something like that, head coach of defense. And Kirby Smart took the defensive coordinator job. The next year, he went to Clemson as defensive coordinator. I mean, a lateral move. I mean, not a backward step, really. I mean, that was very early in Dabo's run at Clemson there. So your last five there are Clemson defensive coordinator, Georgia head coach, Tennessee head coach, Cleveland defensive line, and Ole Miss defensive coordinator. It's those last two, I think a lot of people are like, look, Cleveland defensive line, huge step back for Tosh Lapoy. And then Ole Miss defensive coordinator, while still a good job,
it is definitely a step back.
Any coach in America, you give them the choice of being Alabama defensive coordinator or Ole Miss, they're going to pick Alabama every time.
So let me see Lane's tweet again.
So Lane says it's better to be offensive coordinator at Alabama than defensive coordinator at Alabama, and I think he's got an argument.
But isn't that a shot at his own defensive coordinator he just hired?
That's a good point, Jim. I had not thought through that.
I mean, what the? I mean, all of a sudden, Lane Kiffin is Dallas Cowboy Twitter taking a shot at his own guy.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think Lane thinks about it.
He's sitting here saying, pretty crappy job to be DC at Tuscaloosa. You don't ascend up to a better job.
Oh, Brown, you got to respond to that.
Well, I've already responded once. What else do I need?
I'll respond to it real quick and see what he says. Right. But I think seemed to me like he's firing his own guy. Pete Golding can't win. He's at a new job and his new boss is taking a shot at him.
Is the same guy that is working the Cowboy Twitter account working yours?
No.
Hey, and that thing's still up. Did you know the Cowboys still have that post?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Somebody was saying in the chat room yesterday, somebody had the wrong account. I'm like, no, it's up like 10 hours later.
Oh, I was arguing with Brown that, this cannot be really the Cowboys account because now with the way Twitter is, I don't know, blue checks, gold checks, I don't know who really is real, who isn't real. I was like, this has got to be, he's got 4.3 million followers. It's got to be the real Cowboys. And it really was the Cowboys. That self-inflicted tweet about your quarterback, Dak Prescott, who isn't going anywhere, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way, the tweet was not wrong.
No, it's not. But
it's just weird coming from the official team account.
I mean,
what a shot.
You got to, at some point, the starting quarterback could be knocking on your small, windowless room that you're sending out social media from the Cowboys and like, hey, what's up, man?
Well, let me ask you this, because I thought of this morning when that tweet was still there. I was reading a story. I read a headline, didn't read the story. Some former NFL star got upset about it and sounded off. I don't know who it was because I didn't bother to click and read the story. But I was thinking if somebody walked into Jerry Jones with a phone and showed him that tweet, what do you think Jerry's reaction is?
What is Twitter?
Okay.
No, he might okay it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Jerry would say, take that down.
Yeah.
I think Jerry would be like, that's about right.
Yeah. While you're showing me this phone, can you hand me another bourbon? I don't know what Jerry would say.
No, I think
Hard
Jerry,
to say what he would
my
react.
point would be I don't think Jerry would tell him to take it down. I think Jerry would feel like he needs to
stew for a little bit.
Yeah, he needs the heat on him.
Do you have any better looking pictures on your phone I can see? I mean, I don't know what Jerry would have asked. We approach the top of the hour here. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Clay Travis in the next segment. One more thing. For our buddy Matt Rule at Nebraska, big get for him. I'll tell you what that is after Brownie tells us about Nichols.
Hey, time to get stocked up for deer season at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Check out this deal, 50, you heard me right, 50% off all deer hunting accessories. Deer call scents, attractants, all now through the end of February, 50% off deer hunting accessories. Now through the end of February, Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 I-65 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
You look at James Madison's OC for next year.
All righty.
Elbert there is asking that in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room just to, as we answer everybody's question. But our buddy Matt Rule at Nebraska trying to rebuild that program. By the way, I think Nebraska has a good year this year. I mean, good.
Boy, we've said that for a while.
I mean, it's hard to get much worse.
Nebraska's back this year.
Okay.
4-star offensive lineman Jacob Hood from Georgia to Nebraska. Now, he had an injury last year, so he didn't play at Georgia. Well thought of going in, coming off of that injury. To me, that's where Nebraska, sort of, they're going to get back. They're going to do it with great offensive linemen. Getting one from Georgia. Georgia is traditionally really good on the offensive line. This guy didn't play last year for the national champions. He's in the portal and out the door to Nebraska. Something to keep an eye on there as he rebuilds that one.
And I would just assume Nebraska has a really good collective. I could be completely off on this, but they have so many passionate fans. It's almost like you just do a GoFundMe every year for the collective.
And then USC gets an offensive lineman, a 13-game starter last year for Florida. Ethan White leaves the Gators, and he's out at USC. So a couple of big offensive line moves from Georgia out to other locations, other side of the Mississippi. Brownie.
If you want to be thought of as a great offensive coach, what is the name you need to have? Last name. Give me a last name.
Well, Charlie Weiss Jr. is now at Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm. Think NFL. Think NFL. Give me a last name. NFL. Great offensive coach.
Shanahan.
The James Madison offensive coordinator is Mike Shanahan, but I don't think there's a relation, which is that's a weird coincidence, right?
Mike Shanahan. Man, I loved your grandfather, and your dad, is fantastic with it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm trying to find a connection. Mike Shanahan, the Mike Shanahan we know about. It doesn't say Mike Shanahan Jr., which you would think it would if it's Mike Shanahan's son. On his Wikipedia page, Mike and his wife Peggy have 2 children, a son Kyle, who's not old enough to have a guy already coaching, and a daughter Crystal, and he wouldn't have the name Shanahan if it was there. So I don't think there's a relation, or at least not a father-son relation.
That's what Elbert says. I can't find any relation. No, laugh out loud.
But Mike Shanahan is the James Madison offensive coordinator, to answer his question. I don't know what he's done.
That would get some confusing headlines if that were to happen.
They had a hell of a season for their first year at D1.
Oh, yeah. Really, you know what it would be like is was Grambling's coach not Eddie Robinson Jr., and everybody thinks it's Eddie Robinson's son, and there's actually no relation whatsoever?
Well, I think it was Alabama State's coach.
Alabama State's, you're right. Yeah, and everybody thinks it's Eddie Robinson's son. He's like, actually, we're not at all related.
Yeah, I think I did that on the show here. I was like, why is he coaching Alabama State and not Grambling State? All right, top of the hour. Clay Travis coming up on the other side. Then we'll get to some of your phone calls, 205-734-0923. Dan Orlovsky later right here on the next round. We continue in just a second. As you watch us, don't forget to give us a thumbs up, a like, and subscribe as you view us on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and all over on the audio platforms like TuneIn and iHeartRadio. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Patrick Mahomes says he is going to plans to play this weekend. Andy Reid is preparing as if Mahomes is going to play, part of the NFL Championship weekend coming up. MyBookie can get you into those games. Our friends at mybookie.ag.
Did we ever get Lance's breaking Super Bowl news? Was that it?
We did not.
Oh, hang on, Lance. Right before Clay.
Well,
Still breaking?
It wasn't that big of a deal.
Did it unbreak?
So I think we probably hyped this up a little much. I was just going to let you guys know, because I know you're a fan.
Of Rihanna?
No.
Yes, I am.
Looks like Chris Stapleton will be the guy that sings the national anthem.
Oh, I'm excited about that, actually. I like Stapleton.
Babyface will actually perform America the Beautiful.
Okay.
Very good.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Any deposit of $50 or more gets you a cash bonus instantly in your MyBookie.ag account when you use code next round. But here is the catch. It's a good catch for you. You only have to use it one time. Bet it one time, it is yours forever. A lot of places you got to bet up to 10 times before it becomes yours. Not at mybookie.ag. One bet, it is yours. The NFL playoff games, college basketball, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, all right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round.
S&M, my favorite Rihanna song.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Clay Travis with us now, Outkick founder, also on Fox Sports. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Lance breaking the news that Chris Stapleton is singing the anthem. Have you ever seen him out in Nashville?
I don't think that I have. He lives down the road, fairly close to me. I may have. But I've never seen him out performing or anything like that. I mean, for a while, he was going around to relatively small venues.
Yeah.
So, he kind of blew up in a really big way. The reason why I say I don't know, I mean, he kind of looks like a lot of guys who might live around the Nashville area, right? Bearded, 40-some-odd-year-old guy. And he lives right down the road, so it wouldn't surprise me if we crossed paths. But I've never met him officially or anything like that.
It is amazing how casual some of the people in Nashville are. I told this story when I was up there last weekend. On Sunday, we went to a random hole-in-the-wall bar. And the reason I bring this up to you is because I know you watch the show. I don't watch anymore. But Casey from Yellowstone was in there with just a couple of dudes drinking.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, so apparently Luke Grimes is the actor's real name, and he is he's writing music now in Nashville.
Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't actually surprise me at all. But, per capita, Nashville probably has more famous people than any city in America, right? I mean, New York and L.A. have more, but they're obviously monstrously way bigger cities. So on a purely per capita basis, we got whatever it is, 1.2 million. I don't even know what the official population is of Nashville now. But there's a ton of super famous people, and certainly that overlap between music and acting has only grown, I would say, in the last 15 or 20 years.
As a Tennessee Titans fan and as an NFL consumer, do you have an appetite for Tom Brady to play another year?
Yeah, I actually think he's going to go to the Dolphins. That's my prediction. I think if I had to pick, I think he will play another year. And not to go too psychological on it, but I just think getting divorced and quitting football in the same year basically would probably be too much of a shock to Tom Brady's system, because you're going from a pretty structured life over, I don't know how long was he married to Giselle, 10 years or so. It's not like that was a 1 or 2 year marriage. And football really kind of obviously totally takes over his day to day. And it seems like it was the precipitating factor potentially in their divorce. So yeah, I think he's going to play another year. I think it's likely that he leaves Tampa Bay. And the three teams that I think make the most sense for him are the Dolphins, the Raiders, and I think probably, if are again assuming that his goal is to go to a stacked offense with a chance to win, the 49ers. So those would be my three that would make the most sense. I'm not sure all three would bid on him, but I think he's still got gas in the tank for sure. And I would bet on the Dolphins. They almost got the deal done with the owner there, Stephen Ross, before. I think now is the time.
Clay Travis with us, Outkick, also Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. In a sense, and I can't remember where you stood on this last week, because I think we talked to you about this last week, but Cincinnati foiled the NFL plans, which many thought were a test balloon on future neutral site conference championship games, but Cincinnati blew that up Sunday. Did they save us as football fans? I can't even remember where you stood on this. I am anti-neutral site. I love the city stadiums and the home fan base getting something for being the 1 seed or the higher seed. Did they save us maybe from that?
Well, I mean, I'm maybe a bit embittered on this because the Titans have had 3 chances to host the AFC Championship game and home games that they've been favored and lost all 3. And so they haven't been there. And the AFC Championship games they've played in, I think there have been 3, were all on the road. And if there had been a neutral site, I probably would have bought a ticket. But the NFL is unlike college football, where it's really very common in college football, certainly, for you to go on the road and travel. And I think in general, most people would say it's fairly a welcoming environment. I mean, not the same as being at home, but it's not uncommon. Whereas in the NFL, it doesn't feel as welcoming. And I wouldn't enjoy being in an opposing NFL stadium in the same way. So I would buy a neutral site ticket. I think it's far less likely that I would buy a ticket and go sit in the normal seats as a visiting fan in the NFL, where I would be much more likely to do it in college.
Clay, I've said it for a couple of months. I think Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL. I know there's a lot of people that would go Pat Mahomes, but if you could have one quarterback for your Titans, you can select any of them. Who would you go with?
Oh, man. Well, I would be ecstatic if I got Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, or Patrick Mahomes, because I think they're clearly the best 3. And then I'd probably have to go and look at age, honestly. I think I'm correct. Mahomes is 27, Burrow's 24, and Allen is 26. You guys can
I think that's right.
Fact check me on that. So I would probably go Burrow just based on his age, right? But the thing is, all these guys, and Burrow I feel like is going to play as long as he wants, because he's even more than those other 2 guys a prototypical pocket passer, right? I mean, he's really not going to move very much. Not to say he can't run, but Mahomes kind of runs more, honestly, than I think people will give him credit for. And Allen, a huge part of his game is running. So I think you'd have to dial that back as you age. And I think Burrow, I mean, that's what's tough about being a Titans fan now is, you kind of look around and say, we're screwed for the next 15 years because you can nail it on so many positions in the draft. And if you don't have a really good quarterback, it doesn't even really matter, right? You can have great linebackers and great defensive line and talented offensive line, running back, wide receivers, and you're still probably a 9-8, 8-9 team unless you have a stud quarterback, even if you're great at all the other positions. And so that's what's, I think, super frustrating if you're in the AFC right now is, I mean, there's 8 guys that are really elite level quarterbacks, and it's just really hard to get through that cadre of dominance, honestly. And I don't know if you're a Titans fan, frankly, I know Brown's a Dolphins fan, but I mean, I probably put Tua at 9. And right now in the 9 or 10 and the best quarterbacks in the AFC, and certainly that's factoring in his ability to stay healthy. but I think you have to do that at this point. And like, what do you've got the 8th or 9th best quarterback in your conference? I mean, there's basically no point in playing the season.
Is Dak Prescott elite to you? Is he a quarterback that if you were Jerry Jones, if you owned the Cowboys, would you ride with him in the future?
Well, I think they're stuck with it based on the contract they gave him. The benefit, if you're in the NFC, the benefit is it's like a wasteland for quarterbacks compared to the AFC. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a more imbalanced quarterback setup than right now we have in the AFC and the NFC. I mean, who is the best young quarterback in the NFC? I mean,
Jalen Hurts?
I don't even know.
Yeah, it might be Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe Jalen Hurts. But coming into this year, people thought that he was done with the Eagles, and they were ready to move on. So the answer may be Jalen Hurts, but he hasn't established anything like a Mahomes or an Allen or a Burrow, or even, I mean, look, I mean, where do you even rank Russell Wilson right now in the AFC? I mean, the guy's a Hall of Famer, or at least seemed like he was going to be a Hall of Famer until he
back of the
Seattle.
line right now.
Yeah, but I mean, if they hire, let's say, Sean Payton, and suddenly Sean Payton comes in, I think he'll be back, decent. So, but I mean, he may be the 8th best quarterback in the AFC or 9th best quarterback in the AFC, which is kind of crazy to think about because we think of him as a Hall of Famer. And so, that's a roundabout way of answering your Dak question by saying, look, I think if you're in the NFC right now, look at you got Brock Purdy, you got Kirk Cousins, you got Kyler Murray, who has fallen completely off the face of the planet. It feels like. Again, Jalen Hurts, Daniel Jones. I mean, who are you really afraid of? You got an aging Brady. You got an aging Aaron Rodgers. Who are you looking at being like, man, there's no way we're going to beat this guy and then that guy? I think if you're a Cowboys fan, you probably know that Dak's not your guy. That loss to me to the 49ers felt like Tannehill's loss last year to the Bengals, where it's not just that you lost. It's that if the quarterback is just remotely average, you win. Like, just don't suck, right? If Dak doesn't throw 2 bad interceptions, the Cowboys probably find a way to win that game. And that's assuming they can make a field goal or an extra point. They made 2 and missed an extra point, obviously. But that's where I am with Dak. It's probably, now that you only get 1 bye, to me you have to say, okay, how many quarterbacks out there can win 3 games to get to the Super Bowl and then win a 4th to win the Super Bowl? How many can win 4 in a row? And I don't think that list is very long. So I think expanding the playoffs actually makes the quarterback matter more, not less.
I asked this question yesterday. If Pat Mahomes doesn't win this game on Sunday, this will be 5 consecutive AFC championship games he's been in, and he's only got 1 Super Bowl championship. Do we start to talk about Pat Mahomes in the same breath we talk about Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I think the fact that he's only 27 factors in, there. I don't think Aaron Rodgers won his first Super Bowl until he was, whatever he was. I think you could maybe talk about Patrick Mahomes as a Peyton Manning type performer, right? Like, for a long time, people said, oh, Peyton Manning is great in the regular season. He'll get you into the postseason. How many times did Peyton Manning lose in the postseason? I mean, he was there every year virtually. But the fact that Mahomes is only 27, what I would say is crazy is this. Patrick Mahomes has never played a road playoff game.
Yep.
I mean, that is, like, kind of remarkable, right? So I think the question is for Mahomes, these quarterbacks are like guys that end up with second, third wives, and that's going to sound like a funny analogy, but I think, you'll get it. I mean, the Travis Kelce's, and we've already seen it with Tyreek Hill, the initial receivers and tight ends and playmakers, maybe running backs that you have as a quarterback, age out of their position long before you age out of your position. So you end up trading down and getting a whole new younger cadre of playmakers around you. So far the suggestions are pretty good for the Chiefs because they managed to move on from Tyreek Hill and barely even seem to miss a beat. It's not like Tyreek Hill has been poor in terms of his performance in Miami. So it's not like he was overrated the product only of Mahomes. So I think the question for a lot of these young guys is, their durability. I think you can say the same thing for Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes. Like, Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen aren't going to be a tandem forever, right? And given the way that game ended, maybe it's not that much longer. We'll see how long the Jamar Chase performing at an elite level with Joe Burrow can go. But when you have these 15-year, 20-year NFL quarterbacking careers, you have to go through 2 or 3 different collections of playmakers because the durability factor for other positions isn't the same as the quarterback. The raw athleticism fades. And so I think that remains to be seen because it comes with a lot of intelligence when you talk about the management of the salary cap and everything else. And certainly when you presume that Burrow's going to want, $50 or $60 million a year, probably before all is said and done, to play quarterback with the Bengals.
All right, before you go, I introduced Clay. I introduced this story to Dunaway this morning. Lance had heard it. I think we're about to introduce it to Rockstar. Are you familiar with this absurd conspiracy theory that Damar Hamlin was actually a body double that was there? Have you seen this, Rockstar?
I've seen it. He's got the all covered up, man.
Yeah, it's a body double that was at the game, that he really was not at the game.
I've seen it everywhere, and actually Damar Hamlin played into it. Or maybe it was Damar
maybe
Hamlin
so. That could have been the body double. Maybe he's taken over his social media, too.
He put, #clone, I think, on the photo that he posted. Now, I think it's a bit strange, that he would play into it and not just be like he hasn't done an interview. He hasn't, why would you be wearing in that photo even something that didn't show your face and all of those aspects. But no, I don't think that there was a Damar Hamlin clone at the Bills game. But I do wonder, is he going to sit down for an interview, and talk to somebody, right? It seems a little bit strange that he hasn't talked, given the fact that he's going to games and publicly out there. I don't know if he's got some sort of injury. Still from the treatment. I don't know enough about what kind of treatment you would get from something like that when you're in the hospital. But that is certainly strange.
It was not the conspiracy theory I was ready for. He is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, also Fox Sports, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Thank you for the time, Clay. Have a great one.
Yeah, this is a good topic for you guys. What conspiracy theory do you really believe? Some conspiracy theories end up being true, right? And so I always think that, just dismissing as out of hand all sorts of outlandish stuff is sometimes crazy, because there are sometimes outlandish things that end up being true. But that's always a good.
Okay. Have you? Give us yours real quick, though.
So, in sports, I believe that Michael Jordan got suspended.
Well, David Stern has been asked about that and said, I was going to suspend Michael Jordan, the greatest player ever to play the game. Absolutely, I was going to suspend him.
Which, by the way, is exactly what you would say if you did it. Right?
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
That's the way every conspiracy theory works. That's
right.
exactly what you would say.
There's nothing you can say there.
So that's my sports conspiracy theory. I'm not sure on non-sports. That's a good question. What my non-sports conspiracy
Have you ever been to
be.
Dealey Plaza in Dallas?
I have. Yes, I have. I've
Okay.
never toured the Oswald shooting area or anything like that. I think that's a historic site or whatever.
Yeah, 0% chance he acted by himself if he was involved at all. 0%.
Yeah. Okay. I can buy that. I'll give you one that ended up being true while I was in college. So when I was in college, there was a house. And everybody said, and I went to college in Washington, D.C., that it was a government secret house. There was always spooky people going in and out of it. Something didn't add up. There were lots of black cars with shaded windows always there and everything else. And people were like, it's the CIA, secret house. And everybody was and I think it was on Embassy Row. And you kind of would go past, you'd be like, yeah, it is kind of weird, kind of creepy. So while I was in college, or right after I left, they suddenly had an expose in the Washington Post that it was a government house, and they had used it to dig tunnels all the way underneath the Russian embassy to try to hear, what they were saying inside of the Russian embassy. And so everybody was like, see, the point is there, everybody at GW talked about it because it was an odd house, and you would see it, and everybody would talk about the fact that was super strange, and it was definitely a covert government house and all these things. And then that one was 100% true. And everybody was like, see? Yeah, like we knew it, right? Like just as college kids, it was something that was like super abnormal. And so that is one that certainly is true, I think. And I don't disagree with the JFK thing. The idea that Oswald acted alone, I think, is certainly one that can be called into question to a great degree.
Yep. All right, Clay. Thank you. Have a great week.
All right, see y'all.
All right, bye. That is Clay Travis on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
When we come back, we'll get into some more conspiracy theories we talked about among ourselves, maybe, and what you guys think over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Developing story in college football that ties up a problem from earlier this college football season. After I tell you, the fine folks at the University of Montevallo want to open up a door for you to come or your son or daughter to come to school at a great institution here in the state of Alabama. It's the University of Montevallo, and you can go online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour, take a virtual tour online. Find out why so many people are finding their home at Montevallo. Great class sizes, small is going to help you academically. Beautiful campus. Southern Living loves that campus. It's a beautiful setting, great campus life, sorority, fraternity for your son or daughter. Theater department, new multi-million-dollar theater building there, new renovated business department there, mass communications, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. It's all at the University of Montevallo. Schedule an in-person. Visit montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. At Michigan Stadium in Ann Arbor, they are changing their tunnel. They have let 45 season ticket holders know that they're expanding the tunnel there in Section 1 that's actually going to widen up the tunnel there so that they can have separate, not separate tunnels, but a divider between visiting team and Michigan in the tunnel there that will give them a little bit more secure access there. So 45 season ticket holders are being displaced there. 45 seats are being taken out, and they're widening the tunnel there a little bit.
And this is all on the Michigan State incident.
Penn State had an incident there as well. It's happened a couple of times. But
I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but at the same time, this might be a little knee-jerk.
Yeah,
and I'm one of the 45. I don't like that, depending on where they put me.
Over 100 years of playing football in that stadium, and now this has been a problem in recent years. But, yeah, obviously got pretty ugly during the Michigan State game. But my big take here is that Michigan Michigan and Tennessee get so caught up in their capacity number. For years, they would go back and forth. In fact, the reason we're all scrunched in Neyland Stadium is because they kept tightening the seats at Neyland Stadium so they could keep passing Michigan, and then Michigan would come back and pass Tennessee. And I assume that arms race is over with now, that nobody is really trying to be the biggest whatever on campus.
A lot of stadiums go in the opposite direction.
That's right.
Yeah.
Michigan says, for those that are concerned, do not worry. They're going to take those 45 seats, create a standing room only space, so the capacity of the stadium will not change. They're worried about 45 number being off the capacity there in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, standing room only. We're gonna give 45 people a crappy area to watch a game just so we keep that number up.
The last thing a recruit cares about now is how many people are in that stadium.
Correct.
And by the way, if I'm scoring at home, standing room only does not count to your capacity. You got to have a seat to sit in to be part of your capacity. Standing room only can help your largest crowd ever, but capacity to me is I've got a place where I can sit down, right? I don't think I can stand there.
I'm not passionate about it, but I think I would agree with you, because standing room only does seem very nebulous, right? I mean, could have 500 people. Well, what if we get kids? It could be 750 because they're smaller, you know?
So let's up our capacity there. We're the largest on-campus stadium. Just an interesting twist after the Michigan State incident this year, that coming from the University of Michigan today. All right, when we come back, a few conspiracy theories that you may believe in. We'll get a couple here. We're knocking out a couple of new mystery fifth hours today. It's a very mystery fifth hour type question. We'll have those on our platforms a little bit later on. Forster, maybe you know this, or maybe Lunsford or Rockstar. Somebody earlier said would love to go back and watch Bama in Bourbon. Where all can I find Bama in Bourbon? He can't find it anywhere. And I don't want to say, well, it's everywhere. Where all do we find Bama in Bourbon, guys?
Yeah, so I would go to our playlists on YouTube, and you can look at all of them from the very beginning.
Playlist, all of them. Yeah, so some of that news gets dated, but the bourbon, you can go back and start a bourbon collection. Just go back and pick all your Bama and bourbon from days gone by. Is there an audio version of Bama and bourbon anywhere, or is it just on YouTube right there?
It's just YouTube.
Just YouTube right now. So YouTube is where you find Bama and bourbon for those asking over on Twitter. All right, when we come back, we will get those conspiracy theories and a couple of more comments on the college football world, including Conor O'Gara's story that he projects every starting quarterback in the SEC. And I will tell you this, seems to be an underwhelming list after what we've had recently. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Back with you on the show, a couple of conspiracy theories in just a second, and a phone call on a subject Brown has been out front on. And we've talked about here on the show, 205-734-0923 if you want to jump on the show. Heupel Services is one of our great sponsors here. If you got a problem with something that's not running right, flowing right, or draining right this morning, Heupel Services can help you out. Adam and Chad's the owners over there. They've been making Birmingham run right, flow right, and just feel the right temperature for a long, long time over there. Here's what I love about Heupel, one of the great American companies, because they do it the American way. They fix it. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and wait for it, they fix it at a fair price. What a great way to run a business. That's what Adam and Chad does. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Heupel Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Heupel. Line 1, let's go to a guy who just wants to call himself umpire. Umpire, you're on the air.
Oh, wow.
How are you?
Awesome. You doing all right, umpire?
I am. I'm fine.
Good.
I was curious if you guys, I heard the story about the HSAA and Adam Mosley.
Yes, real quick for those that don't know, Hoover baseball coach was an assistant coach for the Team USA team, which is, by the way, the same organization that fields the Olympic team when baseball is in the Olympics, the World Cup team. They have an under-18 squad that kind of plays an Olympic-style tournament against other nations.
Much like soccer, it feeds up the chain.
So he was an assistant coach there. A player of his was selected to the team who's committed to Vanderbilt, so he's obviously a very good player. And that violated an AHSAA rule, and Mosley will have to sit out the year. He has chosen to face a suspension rather than his player face a suspension. So that's the update, and I just want to make sure everybody knew umpire.
Yeah, well, Alabama umpires are in negotiation with the association now that may work in his favor. We haven't had a pay raise since 1985, or 3 pay raises. We've only had 3 pay raises since 1985. One was submitted. It was declined. But we found out through another association up in North Alabama that a lawyer found a loophole in this Dragonfly, which they use for pay and schedule. And it's an agreement with the schools that they'll pay a per diem. Well, the association found out about that, and they stepped in and said, no, the schools can't do that. You can only pay an umpire X amount of dollars. And us umpires are looking at it like, well, why don't you stay in your lane? Okay, this isn't costing you any money. Okay, you're paying us what you're paying us, but we've got an agreement with the schools to pay us just a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but let me just pause right there. Just initially, I'm no AHSAA apologist. My fear here, if it's not a standard rate everywhere, would you not give better calls to the school that is paying you more money?
No.
I would say if you fear I'm going to do that, you ought to fire me anyway.
But
really.
Yeah. But
absolutely.
But if I'm on the other side, my concern would be that, this school pays a lot more money. They give this guy a little extra per diem, and it's not really about what you do. It's about perception of what you do. Go ahead, though, with your story. I just wanted to throw that out for a second.
The per diem would be the same across the board. It's not one school's got more money, they're going to give us more of a per diem.
So Hoover and Buckhorn pay you the same amount.
So Hoover and Buckhorn would pay you the same. See, I'd find that hard to believe that Buckhorn could pay what Hoover pays.
Well, they agree on it, I guess. Anyway, are you guys thinking about a strike?
We're thinking about striking.
How much do you guys make a game?
It depends on the level of play.
Okay, let's say you're doing a 7A game between Hoover and Spain Park.
So that's $80 a game.
$80 a game.
You want what?
Right now, we're only asking for $90.
So a $10 a game raise is what you're asking for.
I think that sounds fair.
Yep.
If we were ruling for you, we'd give you the green light.
I'd feel beneficial. You're only asking for $10.
Yeah, I'd say 90 is okay.
Yeah.
90 done.
Yeah. So are they really going to strike? You think? Is that a possibility?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
But aren't you guys struggling to have enough umpires anyway? I've seen ads where there's not enough umpires, football officials, basketball officials, because a lot of times you guys get treated like crap anyway.
Well, that's what blows our mind. The association is running ads during championship games, during Super Bowls, saying we need umpires. But they're going to treat us this way. And look, this doesn't cost them a penny. This isn't something that would end up hurting them in the long run because it's taking money out of their pocket. This is an agreement that we would have with the schools.
By the way, one way to get more umpires is pay more.
Yeah, back in my day when I was around high school baseball, I think we paid each school. You had to pay the umpires, right?
You got paid cash from the concession stand, probably.
I'm talking about for the high school games. It was the agreed upon,
like Thompson had to pay
the agreed upon rate. Yes, the AHSAA, but it was each school that paid you guys, right?
We get paid through the association, and some schools that operate only through Dragonfly will get paid right there on the spot. But mostly the pay is through the association.
Okay, so nobody hands you $80 cash anymore.
No, it'd be a check. And back to Brown's comment on paying more, might get more umpires. We could retain more umpires.
Yeah.
we were paid more as well.
I mean, it's simple supply and demand. If people aren't applying for your job, there are several reasons why. One of them you got to look at is, well, what's the job pay? Well, it's not worth my time.
And why not use that ad budget where they're trying to recruit to actually give you guys that money to keep you happy?
Well, those are free ads they're running in the middle of their AHSAA programming.
Well, he said, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I want to ask you, though, if we said not $90 check, $80 cash where the government could not trace it, would you be in on that?
No.
Okay.
This man wants to live. He's an umpire. He wants to live by the rules, Jim. Hey, well, good luck in that. When's the season start?
It should be starting here soon, right at the middle of February.
Okay.
Right
Well, let us know. Let us know how that goes, all right?
Wait, real quick. You know who you need on your side? The soccer referees, too, because, my God, if soccer goes south, men and women, they will freak out. That'll help you. Baseball, they'll be like, baseball. But you get soccer on your side, those soccer officials, then hell will be raised.
There you go.
All right.
Don't know why you're trying to get the guy to evade his taxes,
I
bad
know. My God,
calls if they're not paying you right.
Jeez.
I'm just saying, back in my umpiring days, the church
You could have been bought, right?
church softball was the best, right? Because you had I think we got 11. Those games lasted an hour. I think I got $11 to really make no calls at all. Occasionally, two Baptists in Alabaster, two Baptist churches would really get into it. I think Salura Baptist and Alabaster Baptist had a big rivalry.
Okay, so from a high school
dishes
umpire,
everywhere.
From a high school umpire, $80 varsity any level, $68 for a JV game, $63 for ninth and middle school. No schools provide locker rooms for the umpires and no trade money. And he tells me Dragonfly, and I heard him say Dragonfly twice, that's a software program, that the state requires all schools and umpires or refs to use for eligibility and pay and booking. So it's one central location.
Okay.
If you're still listening, umpire, go tell your side, we want to see that contract the state has with Dragonfly. They're mandating the schools use it. I'd like to see what the state's getting
It's
out
almost
of
a
it.
code word for something.
Yeah, and if you're still listening, umpire, find out who owns Dragonfly and see if their last name rhymes with Briggs.
It's important to note, as the state was very willing to point out, or the Athletic Association was very willing to point out, they don't take tax dollars. So that's not a tax-funded organization. Schools have voluntary membership. I guess really you would describe it as a private organization that's, I guess, technically owned by the schools, right? Because they pay to be in the Athletic Association. I don't know, man. It seems like... boy, if they have an umpire strike, that's going to be a mess. You can't play games without umpires.
Yeah, Dunaway, you still got your...
I do not. Jack Brakefield has my my chest protector, my shin guards, my mask. But I'd really, for $80, I'd go calls. Yeah, I'd do bases for $80. I don't want to get behind the plate.
I wouldn't want to get behind the plate.
That is a mess
and by the way, if you're listening and you're umpiring, you should make $80 to do the ninth grade and junior high games too, because those catchers can't catch. You have a lot of missed pitches that catch you in the old balls right there.
Yeah, do you...
the old balls. The old balls.
You know what the best job is? It's got to be that third base umpire. That guy might get one call a game.
Yeah, but that in the high school, it's just two.
Well, I know, but like in the in Major League Baseball, you'd have to pry. I'd take less money to do third base.
I'd be buying dinner.
Yeah, I'll just take third base every game.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, what do you get, one call a game at third?
Of course, behind the plate now, you got AI taking care of that, right?
Yeah, but they're still going to have a guy back there to read the AI.
Yeah, but that guy's
got to have a human operating that computer.
Yeah, but behind the plate, man, how many times you see that foul ball catch him right in the throat?
Oh,
I mean, it's those foul balls. That's what's the worst part in the major leagues.
I think it was, everybody's got the throat protector now.
You know who created that, by the way?
That's what I was going to get to. It was a Dodger catcher.
Yeah, Steve Yeager.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he took half of a broken bat into the throat.
Yeah, he almost died on the field.
Killed him.
Yeah.
Yep. And so he came up with that, and now everybody's got it. It helps protect you a little bit on a foul ball, too.
I wonder if he got paid on that, though.
I hope.
You know who probably came up with it, though? It probably wasn't him. It was probably the trainer for the Dodgers. He and the trainer probably worked together. Hopefully they got some money out of it.
Now, when I saw the subject
I don't know, because he ended up doing Playgirl. I do remember that.
When I saw the subject of the call, I thought that guy was about to tell me the coaches and players were going to refuse to take the field. I thought that's what that was going to be. I didn't know it was going to be umpires.
And by the way, I joked about the soccer officials because I also had heard the soccer officials are striking with them. And so
unified, they're going to lock their arms.
No, I mean, they've got the same problem. So,
well, again, look, if you can't find people to take your job,
that's right.
If we're hiring here at Double Down Media, which we have been, But if we're hiring here at Double
But we're
W,
not right now.
We're not right now. But if we advertised a job and everybody's like, I don't think so. Well, we'd have to look at ourselves and say, well, why? Is this a crappy place to work? No, it's a fun place to
Do
work.
we need to pay them more, $10 more?
Yeah, do we need to pay more? I mean, you get to that pretty quick, don't you? Well, what am I paying for the job?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a problem. You can't play the games if you don't have officials.
That is true.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Jeffy Jeff says the best way to kill the AHSAA is to have an alternative. I mean, I would assume if all the schools are like, hey, we've had it, we're done. They could create another one or have two,
but
see which one stands.
But I mean, just in Alabama high school, AHSAA is what to college is the NCAA.
That's right.
Right, and everybody keeps bitching about the NCAA and the AHSAA, but you know what? Nobody wants to go do those jobs that those people do.
I mean, they seem like shitty jobs, but you've got to have that organization and you've got to have that.
But keep in mind, the biggest power play maybe in the history of college football was when the schools created the CFA back in the 80s. And that was back when the TV, they were like, why are we not getting TV money?
Yeah.
And why are we limited to 2 TV games?
And why can it only be on TV twice?
Yeah. And that changed everything in college football, really in all of athletics. So, I mean, a power play like that, you never know.
Karen says at Homewood, we only paid football officials through Dragonfly, and then it moved on too fast. Dragonfly charges the schools a fee to pay officials. Wow. So you're losing money using Dragonfly.
Well,
listen, cut out the middleman. Go back and pull $80 off the top of the concession stand, hand these people cash, and let's go.
Yeah,
let's play some ball.
I mean, you could up the hot dog by a quarter, right?
Yeah. My senior year in high school, I officiated youth league basketball, and they paid me out of the concession stand cash.
Yeah.
You know, I liked it too. I mean, I'd walk away with $50, on a Saturday.
I think really we've got to the root of the problem here. I don't think our concession stands are as good at ballparks as they used to be.
Well, a lot of them are cashless now. That's part of the problem. You can't pay them in cash when you're cashless.
And then a lot of them, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been to a couple of high school games in recent years, baseball-wise.
Yeah.
I have not been to as many high school football games. Forrester, you've been to high school football. You've been to high school football, Brown. Are the concession stands still good? We do still do hot dogs and hamburgers at football games? Because at baseball games, we just don't get after it on the grill like we used to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good scene at Moody. I can't speak for everybody, but
so y'all got some hot food. Y'all can get a burger.
Yeah,
or hot
barbecue nachos.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
All sorts of good
okay.
stuff.
All right.
Yeah, Polish dogs at some places. I like it. I like it when I go, Scott, and it's not just a hot dog; it's a Polish dog, or I might even get a brat. If I'm really lucky,
Get the kraut.
That's probably a big 7A school if I get a brat. But yeah,
I don't need that. Just give me a corn dog.
So it's costing me $10 to get into high school football games now.
I don't know. My wife buys the tickets. Do you know what it is, Scott? I think it's 10.
Well, we had season tickets last year, but that's probably about right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the other thing too.
$15 at Thompson.
Yeah, it's
15
at Thompson. It depends on the school. You can set it yourself as a school, and then when the playoffs start, the AHSAA sets it at $10.
You got to fund the NIL at Thompson. I mean, not everybody's going to charge $15.
$15 at Thompson.
But the other thing, I think
Scott, how do y'all pay for those chargers?
I think Scott and Lunsford can back this up. There are no more paper tickets in high school football, are there?
Yeah, you have to use GoFan, and GoFan charges you a fee every time you do it. So the whole Ticketmaster thing, that everybody freaks out with, like the Taylor Swift and all the fees and everything. GoFan does the same thing. Now it's only $1, but you got to think there's tens of thousands of people going to games every Friday night. On top of every basketball game, I went to wrestling this past weekend. I had to pay the fee there.
Yep, no paper tickets.
Yeah, it's a lot of money going to GoFan.
Yeah,
all sports at Moody. It's not just a football thing. It's
Well, I wish we would have created.
I want to say you are forced.
We actually know who did.
We know somebody that was in on it, of course,
and who sold it.
Yeah.
Sarah says, "Glad I have a kid that's playing the sport." Jeez. Yeah. I mean, good luck. I mean, if you got a kid right now that's about to start hitting the high school, the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
Yeah, price only going to go up now.
And I'll say this about GoFan too. Last thing, just while we're ranting about the AHSA, I can go forever. But the thing about GoFan, and Karen may speak more of this from Homewood, but so my parents, obviously I went to Homewood, and they would always go to football games. They used to pay $5 to enter the game and $5 to the local Lions Club or whatever it was to park. Now parking's free. They add that fee to the ticket in GoFan, but that's not going to the now they may have a deal with the Lions Club on the side to pay them, but it used to go every car that came in and parked paid them cash, but instead all of that's now going through GoFan, going through the school, and they'd have to cut their own deal on that. So everybody's paying for parking without parking. So like if a family of 4 were to go, that would be one car to park. You're paying for parking at all 4 of those tickets now going to the school.
Yeah, and listen, I'd like for it to go to charities or whatever, but I'm okay with that because nothing slows it down like the old guy standing there having to make change. And now I'm backed up on the highway.
But they're making their money.
Yeah, but I don't care. I want to get in the parking lot and park. I'm already paying in advance.
There's something good about waiting in line.
No, God, there's nothing good about that.
Listen to Tony Curry talk about the big Alabama Notre Dame game tomorrow.
Some idiots trying to.
I'm locked in. The Tide is playing Tide is high, just nonstop.
Some idiots trying to pay with 100, and now I got to make change, and I got to call over to Johnny and see if he's got change for 100.
Brown marker.
But now you get the delay where people can't pull up their tickets.
Well, there's that too.
Because of cell service. And,
Move them to the side.
How many people here could buy a ticket really fast going into a high school football game?
Move them to the side. My wife handles that for me.
By the way, Lunsford, last night at our our entertainment game last night.
What?
Can you explain to them the $100 bill that Scoob showed you? How realistic that thing looked?
Oh yeah. So
was it a counterfeit 100?
It was a counterfeit
Let him
100.
tell the story
It looked identical to a real $100.
Just asking.
It looked identical to a real $100 bill, but somewhere on it says like United States of America, and where it says United States of America on the $100 bill, it said for motion picture use only. But outside of that, it was 100%
But you
identical.
probably at a crowded beer vendor outside of the Super Bowl, you could pass it through.
100%. It looks
1,000%. I pulled a real $100 bill out later and looked at it. It's identical except for where it says United States of America, whatever it says for motion picture use only.
I don't think we need money to look. I mean, it felt just like a $100 bill.
Did
it
it
looked
really?
just like a
Smell
$100
like
bill. Lance, 100%. You could walk into the local convenience store, hand them that 100, and chances are good walk away with it. And Scoop's got 2 of them in the last 3 months. Has come across of them.
Oh, so he's actually come across them. Somebody's passed them on him.
Yeah, so they have like a deposit box for what he does. Like you can put money in there, and they said they pulled it out of the deposit box, and it was a fake $100 bill.
Oh my gosh!
So what do you do in that situation? Do you pass it to somebody else?
Got to launder it.
You kind of got to pass it forward.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Okay. Next cow and equipment poll question: you get passed a fake $100 bill. Do you pass it on, or do you take the hit?
I think I pass it on.
Cow and equipment poll question tells a lot about the person you are. I think, Lance.
Oh yeah.
No, wait, didn't I owe you $100? Here you go.
Here you go, man. Hey, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Precision will get you back in the game. We talked about Mahomes saying he says he's going to play. We'll see if he's going to play or not. When we come back, an interesting story that involves Pistol Pete Maravich. Let's wake up some echoes in our next segment. Precision Sport getting you back in the game.
Yeah, hey, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations. They've got 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We're getting ready for a huge promotion coming up for March Madness with our buddy Charles Barkley. And there are layers to this. I mean, this could get even bigger down the road.
I like layers.
Yeah, a lot of layers to this. But our friends at Redmont Vodka, we'll be talking to them this week about some things we've got coming up with all the excitement around basketball with Alabama and Auburn and what they're doing this season together. Redmont Distilling bringing us this part of the show.
Yeah, it is a great vodka. If you're a vodka fan, why not support local, locally owned and operated? Charles Barkley is one of the guys behind it. They aim clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including Beverage Place and Pink Package, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
Back to conspiracy theories. By the way, Bill O'Brien has left Alabama. He's back with the Patriots. Both coordinator jobs are open at Alabama. We'll let you know if they hire a new one. That's your headlines. Mine was the moon landing. My dad is the one that has never really believed that we've landed on the moon. I don't know if he's changed his thoughts since the last time I thought about it. And when you we don't go back there a lot now. Back in the day, it was very important. The Russians were the first into space. Orbiting the moon wasn't a problem. Landing on the moon and taking back off of the moon, I understand why there are a lot of people that believe that we can send men to space, but we haven't been able to land and take off from another planet and come back, or a moon. So I understand that one. Moon landing, Kennedy assassination, and you heard Clay say about Michael Jordan was suspended for gambling. But the biggest ones over there was the Kennedy assassination and the moon landing.
There's a lot of people that throw 911 out there, which, boy, that thing is deep. What about Princess Diana being murdered?
By the royals?
Yeah, I mean, that's long been a conspiracy theory. I don't know.
She was supposed to. She was in talks with Kevin Costner, and she had already read the script of The Bodyguard. So instead of Whitney Houston, Princess Diana was going to play that part.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Was she?
Wow.
Yeah, that was.
Was she going to have a British accent, or was she going to talk normal?
I don't know if they were going to.
Was she going to sing "I'll Always Love You"?
I don't know about all this. I remember reading an article on it, and you wonder if the royal family got so upset that she was doing things like that. They could have opted.
Well, I mean, we've seen the royal family got a little seedy side to them, so who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what she knew that she was going to talk about one day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never really put much thought in that one. I'm not passionate about the Kennedy thing. I don't really care one way or the other it happened. But having visited there where it happened, I mean, there's zero chance. I don't even think Oswald was involved, but if he wasn't by himself. Zero chance. Like, you can't convince me otherwise.
For a guy
zero.
who,
I mean, that's like hitting 2 full court shots.
Oh,
right?
Zero chance, man.
For a guy who goes zero chance on something, you have this default answer sometimes that you don't really care about something.
Well, I really don't. I
really don't care about it, but zero chance.
Well,
zero
no, I
chance.
mean, by
Have you
that,
been there? Have you been there?
No, by that I mean I rarely think about it. Like, but if it comes up, if somebody says who killed Kennedy, I'm going to be like, well, it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald.
But there is no way they could get away. Whoever killed him could get away with that now.
Oh, yeah, the government had to cover it up, yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't even cover something like that.
No, the government. Oh, now?
Yeah.
Did you see the other day that we received a a radio signal from 9 billion miles away.
I read up on that story, though. It really has nothing to do with other life.
Was it John Ed?
What do you think it was? What do you think? Who sent the radio signal?
No, it had something to do with the that galaxy, the stars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You broke it down.
It's not like an alien is jamming out to Billy Squire.
Broke it down.
Well, it wasn't musical radio, but it was a tone.
Yeah, I get that, but I read the story yesterday, and it didn't seem
Call
like
me.
Yeah.
There was
Call me, Galaxy.
There wasn't any angle to there being any other life involved.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, the big thing was Elvis was still alive, which they've let that one go now. I don't see that much anymore.
Tupac for a little bit.
But Tupac and Hitler. There was a huge belief that Hitler was living out life in Argentina. Back in the day. Yeah.
Because so many of the Nazis were actually living out life in Argentina.
That's right. They thought Hitler was one of them, but they faked his death. They swapped they did the old body swap on the because there were some people that I think didn't they believe Hitler had a body double? Wasn't that part of the belief too? Because he was in such crappy health.
The last footage of him shaking those soldiers' hands where he's got really bad Parkinson's, he took these every morning he had a cocktail of like cocaine, lithium, all that stuff to keep him going. So he had such bad Parkinson's.
Lithium, like a battery?
Oh, he was.
No wonder.
He charged him up. But no, he had like a whole cocktail of like cocaine to keep him upright.
And he had syphilis, right?
Yeah, he had syphilis from like World War One.
David over in the chat room said biggest conspiracy theory was Bill O'Brien calling plays this past year.
I thought he was an offensive coordinator. I thought really good.
Amazing how bad people want to have these conspiracy theories because the Damar Hamlin.
It makes no sense.
But I will say the Damar Hamlin is weird that he hasn't come on record and done anything. There's no
the fact
way
that he hasn't been on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan bothers you.
Right.
No, I think it's a little strange that we haven't had something with Damar Hamlin. Now, I don't think his mom and younger brother are going to show up.
Well, but he's still got, Scott's showing that, but he's still got on the hood and the face covering.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell who that
It
is.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I'm not buying into it, but I am saying.
And see, some of us can't do this right.
What, the heart thing?
And see how good he does it because he did it all the time on the field. But the guy in the red jacket the other day, he was sort of doing it like me. He couldn't get his hands right. Like he's never done it before.
That's because he's got white hands.
That would throw it off.
Give it away with it.
Oops, we screwed that up, didn't we? All right, so I got this text.
Cut off the hands. Put a lot of snow. Put a lot of snow up there.
I got this text from somebody watching the show after we asked Clay about it. Legit questions. Why is he so weird about showing his face? How can he move like he doesn't have broken ribs and possibly a broken sternum? Have you seen video of him? No mask. He's talking since the game. I've seen pictures of him, but he hasn't tweeted out video. I mean, those are questions people are asking, but
we've seen more of Jeremy Renner got run over by a snowplow.
That's true. And my point back to this person was, do you have any idea how many people would have to be in on this one?
I mean, he went and talked at halftime, they said. He addressed the team at halftime.
That's why I'm saying the team would 100% have to be in on it. Everybody, every single person top to bottom on the team would have to be in on it.
Where's the footage of that on every team?
Yeah, by the way, you can't trust one person. You think you're going to be able to trust 100?
That's my point.
What did DeMar tell you guys at halftime? Oh, he said,
Josh is going to
we got to play better.
Yeah.
We've got to play better in the second half.
And he was right. He was right.
We needed to play better. DeMar was right.
I mean, fewer people involved in a conspiracy, the better, obviously. And you would have to involve so many people in that one.
Yeah. And back to the moon landing. Those guys wrote it to their grave. You mean to tell me on the dying bed they wouldn't have rosebud up and said, by the way, we didn't really land on the moon?
No, Buzz Aldrin will punch your lights out.
What'd you say?
No, but I think there is at least a theory out there that one of those guys has said that.
Who? Armstrong or Aldrin?
Yeah.
Well, Armstrong's dead, right? Buzz Aldrin's still kicking. He's like 93.
He just got married.
Yeah, but he'll punch you. He'll punch your lights out if you tell him face to face. Dunaway. If you said this to him face to face.
Oh, that's right. It's like saying wrestling is fake.
That's right. He'll turn your lights out. Buzz Aldrin will.
They'll be off the turnbuckle.
Wrestling is.
Don't tell that to a wrestler. They'll break you in half. Ask Herb Winches. You can go back and watch one of our old shows back during the holidays. Herb tells that story when he got into the ring. All right, that is hour number 2. We'll jump into hour number 3. Dan Orlovsky is part of the next hour. We'll talk about the NFL Championship weekend coming up. More reaction to Bill O'Brien returning to the Patriots as the offensive coordinator, leaving Alabama now coordinatorless. None on defense, none on offense. You guys are answering a poll question right now. Which one is more important to you, the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator? Some strong opinions there. And some of you, Auburn fans, pretty heated about our question yesterday about Do you want Alabama to be number one when they go to Neville Arena coming up here in February? We'll talk about all that coming up right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Our friends at New York Butcher will get you ready for a big championship weekend with the best piece of meat you can get.
Oh, yeah. Look, if you're having people over this weekend for the game, stop by, see Jim and the fine folks at the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken, cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. They're ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Second half of the show now brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Let's go around the room. Quick guess on how many days we are away from week 0 before I tell you about Champy's Chicken. Week 0 of college football, LT.
I will say we are 174 days away.
Nope.
212.
212 for you, Rockstar.
I'll do 216.
Right between you and Brown. 214 today.
Oh,
214
so
days till week 0. 167 days till SEC Media Days up in Nashville. Tennessee, where we'll be up there enjoying some football conversation this summer. A long way away, but it's never too early to start tailgating with our friends at Champy's. Get that great tailgate food, Southern fried chicken, all the wonderful sides, wonderful po' boys. They got some tremendous Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and so much more. ChampysChicken.com, Sterling and Company, open for lunch right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is ChampysChicken.com. Bill O'Brien is out as the offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa, moving back to the NFL, where he will be the new offensive coordinator with Bill Belichick and Bill O'Brien. And somebody was saying, Jim, are you saying this was orchestrated for him to leave? I do think this was all part of the agreement. Explain to him what I'm saying, Brown, that he had a 2-year contract. Last year, the Patriots wanted him, right? And he said, no, we sort of promised Nick I'd be here 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the understanding going in as Bill O'Brien. And for right or wrong, I don't know if he thought his long-term future was in college football, but I think Nick Saban, even thinking that, was like, this guy is really good at what he does. So even if he doesn't think he wants to be in college football long term, I'm willing to take 2 years of him. So there was a 2-year agreement, and I don't think even if it had been a smashing success, Bill O'Brien was going past that 2 years. I think there would be a chance to be a college head coach right now, if anything. But I think even if it was, Lance, the most successful relationship ever, it was only going to be 2 years.
Well, I still think, for whatever reason, if Bill O'Brien doesn't go back to New England and there's no other offers, people are saying that Nick Saban wasn't going to push him out.
I don't think he was going. I don't think he was going to have to, though. That's my point. I think Bill O'Brien didn't want this to be any more than 2 years. I think Bill O'Brien's family still lives in Houston, and I don't know if they'll be able to. He's got a special needs child that is a lot to deal with because of the medical issues, and they have to be very careful. And I think, if I am not mistaken, his health care in Houston is the best place for him to get that health care, so his family stayed there. So I don't think he saw his family a ton, so I don't know that this was the personal for him, the best situation. And it had very little to do, I think, with the University of Alabama or the football or the city of Tuscaloosa. I just think it was a tough spot for him.
It is going to be the 6th different offensive coordinator in 8 seasons for Alabama. When they hire a new one, they're still looking for a defensive coordinator as well. We asked a poll question earlier, which is more important to you, from our friends at Cowan Equipment, offensive or defensive coordinator. Can you pull it up?
I will, Jimmy D.
Let me know how it's going. I get the feeling from seeing some of the feedback that offensive coordinator is going to be winning this poll for 2 reasons. One, football fans, we love offense more than defense. And 2 is, I believe everyone believes Nick Saban oversees the defense, so the offense is more of a foreign language.
I would agree. I think this is probably one of those 66-33s.
53.3% offensive coordinator, 46.7% defensive coordinator. Pretty close right now.
Surprisingly close.
I don't know which one he's gotten right more. Like, there's been more turnover on the offensive side, but again, as I pointed out, they're leaving for good jobs. He's not having to fire people. So I don't know which one Saban has gotten more right. Offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator?
Connor O'Gara's projections at number 1 quarterbacks in the SEC in just a second. It's a list that's going to leave you hoping potential shakes out. Another Cowan Equipment poll question from yesterday was, if you're an Auburn fan, do you want Alabama basketball to be number 1 when they come to Neville Arena? When is that? February 11th, I believe.
I think that's right.
Saturday, February 11th, Neville Arena.
Good Valentine's gift.
It's going to be a fantastic setting there. Shaky the Bear, Rockstar.
Hi, kids.
Welcome into my TV show.
He's always out of focus on the pictures.
I'm Shaky the Bear. Shaky the Bear writes in.
By the way, I saw the trailer for the Cocaine Bear. Have y'all seen that yet?
No.
She turned it into like
it's a comedy, right?
Yeah, but it is over the top.
Who's in it?
I know
does it seem like a dark
it.
comedy?
Yes.
Olivia Wilde's in it?
No, I think she directed it.
Oh, wow.
Did she? Is that her first?
I thought Elizabeth Banks directed it.
Well, it might be
or maybe Elizabeth
No,
Banks.
what are they calling it? Cocaine Bear?
Yeah, the Cocaine Bear.
Right.
Cocaine Bear? Yeah. So for those that don't remember, it was an airdrop gone bad, right? And this bear stumbles into this thing of cocaine and just devours all of it.
Yeah.
Like a brick of cocaine.
Yeah, brick of cocaine, knocks it all out, and then goes on a rampage.
Oh, Ray Liotta's in it. Whoops.
What?
Not for long, Rockstar.
Yeah. It's a cameo.
Patrick says Cocaine Bear equals Sharknado.
Yeah, probably so.
I think it's probably a little bit better than Sharknado.
Would you go see Cocaine Bear or 80 for Brady
Cocaine Bear.
I think I would too. Yeah, I don't need to see the previews.
80 from Brady's got 0 shots.
God, looks awful.
Yeah. Shaky the Bear says, no, I do not want Alabama to be number one because as an Auburn fan, I want Bama to lose every game of everything forever, he writes in there.
I like that attitude right there. I think that's the way you ought to feel about a rival. That's the way I feel about the Bills. I was such a Bengals fan Sunday.
Braves Champ 84 writes in, the noise inside of Neville is already better than any SEC venue. Bring the red team ranked number one, and it'll be feverish.
Yeah, it'll be a heck of an atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, some of the responses we get there. Jet71111 says, it matters not. We have other teams to take care of before them. Alabama's not some basketball program we look up to. Are you kidding me? They didn't even care about basketball recently until we got good. I could care less.
I mean, I don't think an Auburn fan could take a shot there. They didn't care about basketball either until they got good. That's kind of the way it works.
Yeah.
What?
Bama Browns?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, that's the way it works. You don't really care that much about it till you get good. Auburn fans never went to basketball games until they built the new arena and then got good. They used to have to put a curtain up at the old place.
You can go vote in all our polls right now at Next Round Live. Let's jump into Connor O'Gara's projection of every SEC team's number one quarterback. And I'll tell you why I'm bringing this up, because right now at Florida, it looks like it's Graham Mertz. And at Auburn, it's Robbie Ashford. So I'm going to go through these quarterbacks, and I'm going to tell you, is this the quarterback you think your team is going to ride with all through the 2023 season? Tell us about our friends at Odie's, and then we'll jump into this conversation.
Tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every Wednesday. Make sure you get out, see Will Haver and that great staff. Enjoy some incredible food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. But come join me, Rocky Will Haver, tomorrow night to Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
So that's coming up tomorrow night. And Rockstar, you'll be there before you head out on tour again. Is that correct?
I will be there, rocking out some Odie's, doing some trivia.
Yeah. And then you're heading 2 dates in Lexington and then a doubleheader in Knoxville?
Thursday, Friday shows in Lexington and then doubleheader in Knoxville. Got a 5 and a 9 o'clock show.
I had an idea for him in Lexington.
Is this the idea you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay.
While
idea.
While you're in Lexington, what do you think? I had this idea during the break when you were talking with our friends about where you're going to be. You're going to be in Lexington. Do you think you could walk around with your phone and do like man on the street stuff, asking Kentucky fans their opinion on the breaking news that John Calipari has announced his retirement? Do you think that'd be funny?
It depends on. I might get punched. Would that be good content?
No, they're going to be happy. Trust me.
They're not going to be happy.
That John Calipari announced his retirement? You don't know Kentucky fans. They are so ready for that guy to get out of there.
And if you look at the forecast in Lexington Thursday, Friday, it's supposed to be cold and maybe snowing.
Cold and snowy?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 32 degrees.
Hey, Forrester, do you have the picture I sent you?
Yes.
Yes, he says. Texas Tech football sent this out earlier. I always love it. When you get snow on a football campus, or on a college campus, you go to the football stadium, take a picture. Can you imagine if we ever have a day in December or November in Lubbock? That's what we're playing in Lubbock, Texas? That's Lubbock, Texas this morning.
That's what the stands will look like.
Yeah. Nobody will come up. Nobody's going to show up to a snow game in Lubbock. They do in Green Bay and Buffalo.
Yeah, a little different tradition.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. So icy in Lexington, you say?
That's what it says. The forecast said there's a chance of snow, probably 31 to 32 degrees.
That looks awful.
Did your bus have snow tires?
I don't think we have snow tires. But we'll get there early in the morning, and we're going to be planted there, and then we're not going to leave till early Saturday morning.
But seriously, Rockstar, you guys are going out west. You're going all through mountains and stuff in February and March.
Cliff Burton is on my mind nonstop.
Who is Cliff Burton? Your driver,
It
bus
was
driver?
the former bassist, the original bassist, Metallica.
They slipped on black ice on their bus, and he died.
He was the only one?
Mm-hmm.
How do you sleep on that bus, Rockstar?
There's a triple stack bunk.
No, I understand this concept. How do you fall asleep?
It is this concept.
I understand.
I get the beds.
Pills.
I understand a bus.
Look, imagine having a crying baby for, let's say, like 8 months.
Okay.
And you're woken up about 2 or 3 times a night. Now imagine you are undisturbed. There is motion, but you are undisturbed for 8 hours,
Yeah.
9 hours.
And actually, the home of the road helps me sleep
It
a
does,
little bit.
but then there's that every now and
every now and then you hit
got that big
you hit a
bump.
pothole or something like that.
Yeah, but do
Or a
you not
dead
ever
animal.
think, or is it just Lance and me, that the
It
guy's
is-
going to go to sleep and you guys going to
No.
zoom off into the
No,
woods?
that wasn't us just thinking that. The guy was going to
No,
sleep.
the guy was going to sleep. I got up. That was when we were coming back from Miami. We were on Alan Jackson's tour bus, and his driver. We were coming through the middle of the night, and I got up to take a whiz.
How many of us would have died that night? The
All
three
of us. And I can't remember who all
there
was
was
on the
other
bus.
people
Del
on the
Greco
bus.
was
Del
on.
Greco was with us. And we were in one of those, sleeper buses, and I got up to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, I'm just going to see where we are. So I look out there, and the bus driver, he's got the door closed between the cab and the rest of the bus,
there's usually
or
the
the curtain or whatever. He's got every window open up front, so it's frigid. And when I pull up, he's doing the driving thing, and he does this number Eric, which I do this all the time. If I'm driving and I'm asleep, he did the, how you get that shiver? Like when I was like, oh my God, this guy's going to sleep. And
It is a thought, but you also go, this guy has a responsibility in his head. I'm responsible for 14 lives back there. I cannot fall asleep.
Well, I think he was fighting it, so I sat there.
I'm glad you've sold yourself on that.
Well, I have to. You have to. You can't go to bed in fear every night.
Well,
That's true.
black ice. You can't be prepared for black
No,
ice.
you can't.
Yeah.
You cannot.
Hey, and you know what really happened in that? It's a true story. And if you've seen any documentaries on Metallica, so they were fighting, him and Kirk Hammett, which is the lead guitarist, were fighting over that one bunk. So they brought out a deck of cards, and
Now,
Cliff
one of them was
Burton
ace
pulled
spades?
something, and Hammett pulled the ace of spades.
No,
so he
LT.
got to sit in that bunk in the
Saved his life?
Yeah. Or no, actually, it was the other way around. I think.
Cliff, I remember Cliff saying to Kirk, "I want your bunk tonight," or something like that.
And
like,
he's the one that drew the ace
Listen,
spades and
man,
got the bunk
because
and died.
like Richie Valens and the Big Bopper and that other cat that died, they did a coin flip, right?
Yep.
Buddy Holly.
Because Waylon Jennings was there, right?
Yeah, Waylon Jennings lost the coin flip, so he had to ride the bus. So if it ever comes up like that, don't do that, because that's how the story starts. Like, don't cut a deck of cards, don't flip a coin or anything, Rockstar. You just give up your bunk.
Don't make a decision.
No. Make a decision. Just don't do anything like that, because
What
that's
if
how
the decision I made by not making a decision causes my demise?
But
Well,
see,
I don't know.
always
Don't
talk
think
about it
too deep.
beforehand, because you never hear anybody say, before the plane crashed,
right.
Dunaway brought up the plane was going to crash in the gate.
And then Dunaway gets on the plane with you, like, damn it.
There was
He
something
just brought that up.
There was something in the Skinnerd story too about that plane crash. I can't remember all the details.
the plane had been malfunctioning.
No, that's what it was. Was Ronnie Van Zant was, we're flying out. If you guys want to try to drive and get there on time,
You can
so
do it.
be it. But I'm getting on the plane.
But the plane had been sputtering on a couple of previous flights, and it was overdue a checkup. And they were like, "We're going to fly one more time and then get it checked up."
That's what you always say.
Yes.
Yeah. One more flight.
Speaking of all these stories that you guys are saying, I'm going to be getting in a bus tomorrow night and doing this very thing.
Yeah.
So,
Right after trivia.
Hey,
I would
good
appreciate
luck
it.
with that, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Sleep well.
Awesome.
Hey,
if you ever need anything from us, man, we're here for you.
But you know what, man on the street?
I got his phone number if you want to call in and talk to him at 3 o'clock, because he'll tell you he saved our lives by keeping that guy
I
awake.
did, man. I kept that bus driver away. Lance brought it up, Jim. I didn't bring it up, but if I don't know,
Hey, he saved more lives that night than you did in Neyland.
That's right.
Oh, 100%, 100%. But I've only told that Neyland story once. I've heard that one 1,000 times.
Yeah, I could tell. I could.
Hey, man on the street, you could bring Stevie Nicks with you.
Yeah,
And she's not going to get punched.
It's a woman on the street.
We actually.
Does she have a good personality? Where
She
she can do
does.
something like that?
She's a great singer. She does. She's really outgoing. And I had to get a to-go order in, where were we? Chattanooga, and people recognize her. And she was singing at the
Really?
bar. Like, people recognize her.
Are they from Alabama?
No, we were in.
Well, how do they recognize her?
Because she was from American Idol.
She was on American Idol?
She was in, like, oh my God.
What are you laughing at? How do I know that? I don't watch American Idol.
Rockstar's told it many times.
No, I didn't know that either.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jim. I don't listen to the whole show. Go ahead, Rockstar.
But I was getting a to-go order, and she was sitting at the bar, and I went up to the bar and talked to her, and then this older couple had her could you just sign this napkin?
She's autograph famous?
Yeah.
Was she a finalist?
I think she was in the top 5.
Holy crap. So this girl's autograph famous outside of Birmingham that
Yeah.
you're with. Wow.
Well, I think these are people going to the show that know that she's like.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
we go to a restaurant within walking distance to get food.
Right,
or something,
right.
Oh,
and
so
then
she's the draw. You're not.
I have never thought I was the draw.
He does run point guard, though. I'm told he runs point guard on
Yeah,
this
I've
show.
heard that.
Yeah, that's why he's on the bottom rung of the bunk. There's
No.
3 of them stacked like this.
I'm in the middle.
Oh.
You want the middle. You do not want to be on top.
Yeah,
That's what she said.
This is from American Idol, not Rockstar, the other lady.
Yeah. How old is she now, Rocky?
I think early 30s, maybe late 20s.
That's a good picture of you too.
So is she the only girl in the band?
No, there's a girl named Erica Crowley who does the Christina McVie.
Oh yeah.
Does your wife Nancy make you guys sing back to back all the whole concert?
That's our no.
Okay.
No, Rocky learned that imitating Brian Kelly, right?
That's a TikTok video for you guys. All right. That is our Odie's conversation as Rockstar gets ready to leave town tomorrow night after trivia. Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, projects all the starting quarterbacks. And I want you to think about this for this segment. Do you believe Graham Mertz and Robbie Ashford are your quarterbacks at Florida and Auburn all year long? A lot of Auburn fans think Robbie Ashford can take that next step. Alabama, Ty Simpson. That seems to be the projection there. Arkansas, KJ Jefferson. Sort of keep up with these in your mind of who your top three are going to be, because KJ Jefferson will quickly get into your conversation. Auburn, Robbie Ashford. Florida, Graham Mertz. Georgia, Carson Beck, the projection from Connor there. Kentucky, Devin Leary, who's in the conference. Where does he show up? LSU, Jaden Daniels. Missouri's Brady Cook. Stop me if you hear a Bryce Young-like quarterback.
Okay, keep going.
Mississippi State, Will Rogers. Ole Miss, Spencer Sanders. Connor projects to win that crowded quarterback room.
Yeah.
South Carolina, Spencer Rattler. Tennessee's Joe Milton. Texas A&M, Connor Wegman. And Vanderbilt's A.J. Swan. Not really a lot of instant Heisman contenders.
You want
there.
my top three? Is what you want?
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
I think there are six.
Jaden Daniels 1.
Okay.
I'm going to go KJ Jefferson 2. And then I'm going to go Buddy Holly, Richie Valens coin flip between Ty Simpson and Carson Beck, sight unseen, betting on programs right there at number 3. I don't. Y'all can pick one.
Now, are we talking about most talented or who we feel like is going to start? I think there's 6 guys that are cemented.
Yeah, no, I wanted to know who your top 3 quarterbacks in the league would be. To me, Devin Leary, if he was at a different program, would have a chance to be in the top 3. But I just can't see the Kentucky quarterback being a top 3 quarterback.
Not buying a Kentucky quarterback.
So you went no love for Will Rogers.
I did not. I just don't know what system Will Rogers is going to be in right now. I have fear for him that it's going to be a rocky transition outside of the air raid to whatever system Zach Arnett's going to run. So I'm going to back him out, and I'm going to go Jaden Daniels, KJ Jefferson, and then either Beck or Simpson. I'm betting on program right there.
Yeah, I'm going to go Jaden Daniels, whoever Alabama starts, and then I will go. The problem with KJ Jefferson, he's changing OCs too.
That's true. Riles is going,
Yep.
I'm going to go Spencer Rattler 3.
Holy crap.
Hey, by the way,
Did you watch the way he played his last 3 games?
Well, it's 3 games, though. Did you watch the way he played the first 8?
He lost some talent, but they did bring in, and I know you're familiar with this guy, Eddie Lewis, who is Memphis's best receiver. Last night through the portal, he is on his way to South Carolina to be a receiver for Spencer Rattler. They got Trey Knox from Arkansas to replace Jaheim Bell. So they've lost a lot in the portal, but they're bringing in some weapons for Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I think he's finally comfortable, too. We'll see. I mean, look, he was inconsistent. I'll give you that, but he played really well in November. But to me, there's only 7 jobs that are 100% secure.
I would say your surprise of the year, like if you maybe pick a surprise out of that, would be Robbie Ashford.
Yeah.
I just think Hugh Freeze, he gets good play out of quarterbacks, and Ashford's got some tools that Hugh Freeze can use.
Yeah, so you think Ashford's the guy? They're not still shopping.
I think Ashford's the guy because you haven't brought anybody in from the portal. And I think Ashford does fit what Hugh Freeze wants to do. If they would have brought in Spencer Sanders, I would say it's Spencer Sanders.
Okay. Mark my words, Jackson Dart leaves Ole Miss after spring football.
But I don't think he can.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he'd have to sit out because he's already used his free transfer, and I don't think he gets a graduate now. He could get a waiver.
And I think he's better.
You think waiver, okay.
I think he's better than Spencer Sanders.
I agree. I think he may be the starter.
I think he is too, but why do you bring Spencer Sanders in?
Because you're Lane Kiffin.
So that's Connor O'Gara. Go read why he thinks all those quarterbacks are the starters in the situation there with our friends at Saturday down south. We'll knock out some phone calls, get to trash coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Our friends at Michelson will remind you that Dan Orlovsky is not far away either. He's joining us at 11:45 today.
Dan wears glasses every now and then.
He does. I've seen that.
Do you think they're the non-prescription lenses just for a look?
No. I think he really needs them.
I think he needs them, man.
Yep.
I mean, look, he ran out back of the end zone one time.
He did do that, but he doesn't have the eyes in the back of his head.
He does not. That is correct.
Can Michelson do that for you?
I don't think they can. But what they can do is they can make sure you don't have the need of eyeglasses or contacts anymore. To find out if LASIK is right for you in 2023, make the simple phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. You can also go online, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Call today. Tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Heupel Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Heupel Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Heupel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hempelservices.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Bobby over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It's already moved by so quickly. Flying through over there.
I can go back for
Auburn's 20. Oh, Rockstar's doing it now. Go back to where he says Robbie Ashford's going to wow everybody. There he is. Robbie Ashford is going to wow people with his tackling skills at strong safety next year. Patrick says Jackson Dart will be at Auburn in 2024. It's skipping the 2023 season, Patrick. I think he gets a waiver, and I think Jackson Dart would fit into perfectly what Hugh Freeze wants to run down there. A lot of discussion about basketball over there, a lot of discussion about coordinators over there, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We'll get to trash in just a second, but quickly on the phones, let's jump all the way down to Mobile, Alabama. That's where John is. Mobile's John. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good, gentlemen. How we doing?
Awesome, thanks.
Question. You're talking about Bill O'Brien, and I'm glad he's moving on. He was really predictable, but one of the things that hurt him, especially in the first year, was Doug Marrone, because Marrone did such a horrific job with the offensive line.
Yes.
You go back, and Marone got COVID after the Auburn game last year down there when it was so horrible. Joe Pedri came in, and that's why we were able to beat Georgia, because the offensive line did a lot better. And I think, back to Marone, another problem was we missed on a lot of recruits on the offensive line. Apparently, Tommy Brockemeyer is not as good as I thought. And a lot of them apparently aren't as good as what we thought. So I think that's been a huge problem. And I just keep going back to the last 3 games that we lost. The offense was ahead. We were ahead when the offense left the field, and the defense came on.
Yeah, ahead or tied. Yeah.
I just think Golding's just, I don't know. I don't know if he had incriminating pictures of Saban or what.
Yeah, he's a great recruiter, and that was one reason he was there. I do appreciate the phone call. It will be interesting to see, because a second-year O-line coach there who's there now, and Aaron and I talked about it in Bama and Bourbon a couple of Bama and Bourbons ago, is recruiting a different style of offensive lineman, a bigger, more physical, more old-school Joe Pendry style of a coach. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes. Before we do trash, I'll remind you that our friends at Wayne's are celebrating 50 years in business, and they want to say thank you to all the loyal customers and communities out there that they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services. That is $50 off pest, termite, lawn, and mosquito services. Boy, sometimes I say mosquito like I'm from the South.
You corrected it the second time.
Yeah,
Very
mosquito,
good. Yeah.
mosquito services.
You guys, first time you said mosquitoes.
You guys know what I'm talking about. Hey, Wayne's a Southern company. They know what mosquitoes are.
That's right.
Mosquitoes. Get a little E and an R in there on both the front end and the back end. You know what I'm talking about. $50 off. It's good for existing customers and also for new customers. Brown, will you turn that sign around? It's good for existing customers and new customers too. All right there. They're also stackable. So if you sign up for pest and lawn, you get $50 off each. A total of $100. Do 3, it's $150. You know how math works. It's all great savings with our friends at Wayne's. The offer is only good through February 28th, though. So do me a favor, whether you're an existing customer or a new customer, go to Wayne's, go to their website, use the promo code TNR, put that in there, and get this great discount on how to save $50 on your pest, termite, lawn, and your mosquito services there from our friends at Wayne's. All right. We got Dan Orlovsky next segment, but right now it's a segment we all wait for. It is called Trash with LT.
I bought 6 Busch Light, 6 Bud Light, and I love them, tall boys. Well, come on, man. 2 drinks a week. What's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day. A reasonable amount. If you're at home, you should be able to have like 4 beer. That's just 2 more. I mean, I'll have 6.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates, because they may not wait on you. And if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you out. They'll get the lowest rate available, build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back, with speedy approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products. Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in the Birmingham area. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. So Oscar nominations are out this morning. Don't know if you guys care at all.
I had not seen any of the movies except for Top Gun.
It got nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah, it should win it.
It will not win it.
Oh, it should. Why do you laugh?
It just won't win it.
It should. I thought it was the best one.
You didn't see any of the other ones.
That's what I saw.
I was going to ask Lunsford about his, but some other ones that were there. Avatar was nominated. All Quiet on the Western Front, the remake from the German perspective. Have you guys seen that yet?
I have not, no.
It's very, very good.
Does it have subtitles?
Yeah, it's all subtitles.
Yeah, but it's very, very good. Yeah, that was kind of it. Anyway, they said that Tom Cruise got snubbed.
Yeah, which one would you pick?
Oh, see, I haven't seen. I saw the Banshees of Einer Sharon, and I thought it was very overrated.
Yeah.
And that's one that probably will win.
What is that about? Indians?
It's Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson.
What? Banshees? Aren't they Indians?
They're on a small island right outside of Ireland, and they're lifelong friends. And just one day, the Brendan Gleeson character decides that he doesn't want to be friends with Colin Farrell anymore.
I can relate.
What are they in high school? Like Jim?
No, they're just old drinkers. Ain't much to do on that island either.
I guess not. All right.
We've got a drunken thief was injured after falling on the sword of a statue of St. Michael, the archangel that he was trying to steal from a church in Monterrey, Mexico. This is what we call karma, don't we?
Yeah, that's what we call fate right here.
Local media reported that during the early hours of January 14th, Carlos Alonso, 32, allegedly went to the Christ of King Parish in downtown Monterey to rob the church. In the darkness, Alonso reportedly jumped over the fence in front of the church entrance, broke a glass door, and entered the church. While trying to flee with a statue of St. Michael, the alleged thief tripped, fell on the angel's sword, seriously injuring his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little sacrilege to steal this anyway.
A little, yeah. But that sword doesn't seem real sharp, though.
But where do you put it?
Right, it's front yard, man. You got to show it off.
I mean, we could move the womb chair and put it over behind
I'm not moving the womb chair.
Get something behind me.
Now, Monterey Civil Protection personnel arrived at the scene, cut the padlock on the main gate of the fence, and saved the would-be thief's life. Would you have let him let out?
He didn't kill anybody. I'd try to save him.
I'd make sure nobody else was injured inside the church before I came back and helped.
Yeah, I'm with Jim. I'd make sure everybody else okay. Everybody all right? All right.
I wonder if the sword was sticking through his throat.
If he was impaled?
Yeah, I guess if you try to pick it up and then you go into the sword, I guess.
I don't know.
So a counselor was reportedly fired from a local Catholic high school after she invited 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 witches to speak to students on starting a small business and being, quote, female entrepreneurs.
Jim, do they have their address?
Yeah. We got your addresses.
For 2
One
of
of
you.
you's in the presence of us tonight.
Yeah, we know where you live.
Michelle Peduto, the secretary of the North Catholic High School, told CBS Pittsburgh that the visit went, quote, off the rails after the witches gave students special crystals allegedly embedded with magical properties.
Yeah, mine was embedded with meth.
It wasn't long after the incident that the counselor who invited the witches was fired.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, if your kid brought home a crystal with special properties, you'd probably would like an explanation as a parent.
That's a little freaky how many witches are out there.
Probably so, but just imagine how Jack and the Beanstalk, that parent, felt pretty silly afterwards, right?
I don't remember that part of the story.
He sold beans sold the cow for beans, magic beans, man. And the mom was pissed.
And he threw the beans out. She threw the beans out, and then Stalk climbed
Came
up.
down with a golden egg.
Yeah. And a giant.
It's a long way to climb, though. Would you have climbed
it? really is. I'm afraid of
Would
heights.
you not be intrigued? Like, well, where the hell does this lead?
I would just cut it down and let it fall.
made millions of dollars in the NBA with that giant came down that vine.
Don't you
Signed
just
him to an NIL
The
deal.
man in the middle.
Don't you just cut it down, run, let it fall, and then you get whatever's at the top?
I think that's how it ends, right? They cut down the beanstalk and the giant falls.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
So a cleaner who looks identical to Princess Diana says she earns up to $245,000 a year from
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
I'm going to
Brown.
guess she looks nothing like Princess Di,
I was gonna
right?
say that everybody tells me I look just like Princess Di. Well, she's making $19,000 a month
From OnlyFans, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to say she looks better than Princess Di.
I'm going to say she looks nothing like her.
Okay.
Oh, my.
I like that she's reading Harry's book, too.
Yeah.
Jeez. People pay.
Try again.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you know what that is? That is a black screen until you put in your credit card information and pay $9.99. Then the screen opens up and you see that and you're like,
Where do you want the house?
cancel.
Where do you want the house plant? Let's put it slightly askew.
Right on the edge
No,
of
it's
the table.
almost like paper football. It's almost hanging off the edge.
I hate to say this, but those poor paparazzi's camera would have cracked.
Wow, done away.
I don't think Princess Di ever wore pantyhose.
Really?
She sure as hell wouldn't read a book about her son.
She looks like Herbert from Family Guy.
Rockstar killing the back room back there. I don't know who Herbert is.
So since 2021, the 47-year-old has been posting adult content.
She's not 47.
Has gathered a, quote, strong following. She decided to try out OnlyFans when she had to sell her housekeeping business because of the pandemic.
Does it take a year and a half to go around the sun in England?
Hey, and you notice she's not smiling. How bad are those teeth?
Chiclets.
Yeah.
She looks like she's disappointed in you.
Yeah, she claims she's making $19,000 a month. Now, while Lauren says she loves what she does, her real dream is to help rescue animals. She hopes the money she makes will go towards funding that dream.
Sadly, we can find better-looking AHSA umpires who are only making $80 a game than her.
Or animals.
Jim tied it all together.
Now, Lauren began webcamming in May of 2020 before joining OnlyFans in April of 2021. She now spends most of her days making content for the site. I'm always booked up. She went on to say, they always tell me I look like Diana.
Always.
I have the same height, weight, and build, and even kind of sound like her.
She had a voice and I have a voice. There you go.
She gets naked. Is that how you make
what
money?
is the content?
Yeah, I think she gets naked.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
well, no, I get that, but I mean, do you think she's like playing out like royal? Let's have some tea today, naked.
Do not go for a drive.
Yeah, naked tea today.
Oh my!
Naked crumpets today.
1997.
We've got a young Rhode Island girl has finally figured out how to determine if Santa Claus is real or not.
Okay.
It's 100% real if you're listening
That's right.
at home.
Absolutely. She's wasted her time.
She went DNA.
Oh, really? How'd she get Santa's sample?
Now, Scarlett Dumata, 10-year-old, sent a partially eaten Oreo cookie, as well as a couple of gnawed-on carrot sticks to the town's police department, asked if they could be tested for DNA. She went on to say, quote, I took a sample of a cookie and carrots I left for Santa and that reindeer on Christmas Eve, and I was wondering if you could take a sample of the DNA and see if Santa is real.
Good idea.
Yeah, you know, dear, what's her name again?
This is Scarlett Dumato.
Dear Scarlett, first off, just you sending this letter, half your Christmas presents disappear. Secondly, no, Santa doesn't have DNA. He's magical.
Hey,
Well, I wanna say this is
Santa's wanted in a triple murder in downtown.
This is a very curious girl, 10 years old. Imagine dating her at 25.
Yeah.
No reason to hide the passcode because she's going to find it.
That's right. Yep.
By the way, Santa's 23andMe does have a little Cherokee Indian.
We still got to do that.
I know.
We do, yeah.
Have you ordered it yet?
I have not. Am I paying for it, or is the company paying for it?
I
Or
don't
are
know
we
why
splitting the
company would pay
cost?
for it. I thought you wanted to see where you're.
I have no desire. I know
Okay.
where my roots are, in the mud.
United
Do
States of
you
America.
I'm mud people.
You never know until you
Well,
actually take the test.
I do look more like Lady Diana than that lady did.
Social media sensation known for scaling some of the world's tallest buildings to take dangerous Instagram snaps claims she is fully able to control her own fear. Russian free climber Angela Nikola recently shared a vertigo-inducing clip of herself sitting on the edge of the 2,227-foot Merdeka Tower in Malaysia. It's the second tallest building in the world.
No, man. I get sweaty palms just looking at those things. Ain't
I
no
do
way.
too.
Now, it's gained more than 35,000 likes on the Instagram. The 29-year-old was seen donning that red velvet jumpsuit. Angela climbs with her boyfriend, Ivan. It says the one in Malaysia is the, quote, most beautiful skyscraper she's ever visited. Now, she was a rhythmic gymnast for 10 years, so she's probably got good balance.
That one doesn't bother me as much, but it just takes one good win.
That's right.
Gus.
Yeah. I can't even look, man.
That one doesn't bother me as much as the other one.
It does me. I got sweaty palms and that funny feeling you get down low.
Because of the angle. That's a drone that's taking that
I
picture.
want to tell you, she's really prepared. She explained that she takes the weather, her health, and whether or not she got enough sleep into consideration.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad she's safe.
Yeah. Okay, now that I've noticed the hair brown, that's bothering me a little bit.
Legs are right over the edge. Her foot's hanging over the edge, man. She's tight.
She's fine. She got knee brace
I
on.
know she does wear a knee brace.
Now, if that was a
Bum
foot
leg.
drop off in your backyard, you'd lay like that all day.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Heck yeah. I get some signs.
So now if she falls, does she die before she hits the ground?
No.
Well, I don't know.
Probably
You could have
lands
a
on
heart
her
attack.
feet.
Well, she's going to bounce off the building.
She's a rhythmic gymnast. Gymnast.
She'll probably hit the building a few times on the way
Just do
down.
this at the end because she's a gymnast.
some smart aleck's got the number. He's holding up. I'll give her an 8.
No, that would be the before they go to commercial Law and Order. One judge only gave her a 7.5.
Now she
go to
looks
commercial
like
break.
she only weighs $120, but what do you think she would do to a car from that height?
Destroy
Oh,
it.
I mean, a penny would drop a hole in a car.
Terminal velocity.
Yeah, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage.
I
Right.
think you're wrong on that, by the way.
You don't think a penny from that height hitting a car a non-American made card because we use real steel here in America.
Only one way to
but
find
a
out.
foreign car, it would go right through
I
those.
don't think so.
I think so.
With rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. If you're in Birmingham, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Moon landings, a not-so-lady die look-alike, umpire strike, and a lady that hangs off buildings. Boy, Dan Orlovsky's glad he's joining our show next, right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Bengals are now a 1.5-point favorite in Vegas to beat the Chiefs. I found myself last night really feeling bad that Mahomes is not completely 100% for this game. It'll still be exciting, and Mahomes has been good at times on a bum ankle or knee, but I wish everybody was 100%, but I don't guess that always happens this time of year, does it, Brownie?
It does not. Our guy Dan Orlovsky joins us from ESPN now. He joins us each week throughout the playoffs, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round for that deposit bonus when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Let's start in that game because we had this question yesterday, and we said we were going to ask you. I asked the question. And it's not a unique question, but everybody in the world knows they're throwing to Kelsey in the red zone. Everybody in the world watching the game knows Kelsey's the target here, but he is open all the time in the red zone. How does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, the simple term is he's just better talent-wise than 99% of the people who cover him. I think the detailed answer is when you play zone coverage against him, he has a great understanding of where the weak spot of the zone is. Like there's only so many humans you have on the defense that can cover so much area of the field. So he has a great understanding of where that zone is. I think he's got phenomenal feel for color and body language. Like he just has a great feel for the peripheral of where color is. And I think that when you play him in man, he knows where you don't want him to go. So he gets you thinking he's going somewhere else. And, like even on the touchdown that he scored, I think it was his second one the other night against Jacksonville. Jacksonville was actually double teaming him. And he just did one little slow, subtle step with his foot and shoulder lean inside. He got both guys to step down for one step, and then he ran away from them. And you sit there and go, how do you do that? He's got his intelligence is just as good as his talent.
Dan, I was going to ask you this question before Brown asked, so I'm going to pull Kelsey off the table. But best non-quarterback or most important non-quarterback this weekend, and I'm going to include Kelsey.
So non-quarterbacks and Kelsey are out of the conversation this weekend in that Kansas City Bengals game?
No, in both games.
Ooh, that's a great question. I would probably say Fred Warner for San Francisco, their linebacker. I think that, and I don't want to be disrespectful here, I don't think it's possible to stop Philly's offense. I mean, Philly's offense, basically on every play, there's 4 or 5 different plays in that one play. I mean, they ran 6 plays against the Giants. But each of those plays, Jalen can keep the ball. Jalen can give the ball. Jalen could be a runner. Jalen could kick it out to a flat. Jalen could kick it to a spot. I mean, there's so much. We're actually going to do this on NFL Live today is try to break it down. What's the best possible way to try and slow it down? And I think it really has to do with linebackers being able to do 2 things at once. Fred's got to be able to force a give and tackle the ball carrier, or force a keep and tackle Jalen, while also rallying to a ball to the perimeter if they kick it outside. So, man, I think the stress that's going to be on Fred to play so great, not only in the box, but also sideline to sideline is tremendous.
Most people who watch the NFL and watch our show, and all of us who do this, did not play football at a high level. So in our minds, maybe it's the Madden game or something where receivers are running these straight line routes. How much of it is ad lib and just nuance, like you were talking of Kelsey, of Phil, and the quarterback relationship, or is it true routes that you run as a receiver?
Yeah, there's rules guys and guidelines guys. I mean, there are some guys that they are doing what you see on the paper. When you do an install, and they got to follow rules, because if you give them gray area, or if you give them guidelines and give them freedom, they screw your quarterback more often than not. Guys that, you tell them, listen, man, you're running a 3-step slant and you keep running on that angle until the play is over. There's just guys that have to fit that world. And then there's guidelines guys that you show them what the paper is. And then you could say, well, listen, if this happens, you have the ability to do this. Kelsey is absolutely a guidelines guy. Juju Smith-Schuster's got a little bit of guidelines guy to him. Mecole Hardman, probably for the Chiefs, is a little bit of a rules guy. I don't know him, but I'm guessing just because of his straight line speed. I think A.J. Brown is a little bit of a rules guy. That's because he's a physical freak. Lance Moore for the Saints was a great guidelines guy. So there's a good amount of guys. Deebo Samuel, guidelines guy. You just got to trust some of those natural instincts that these guys have acquired, growing up. But it's got to be very individualized. A perfect example is Dallas and CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee, I would make the case, should be a rules guy. I think Dallas gives him too much guideline, and I think he's got too much freedom. And I think that hurt them multiple times this year. And while he's graded some choice routes, if you give him too many options, there's a lot to cover in a short period of time.
Dan Orlovsky, ESPN, with us for a few more moments. He's joining us throughout the playoffs on the JohnstonRVCenter.com courtesy hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, where right now the Eagles are -2.5 and the Bengals are -1.5 in the 2 championship games this weekend. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Bengals are favored, huh?
Bengals are, just moved to favorite. I mean, that's got to tell you, a lot of the people, at least in Vegas, Dan, do not think Mahomes is playing or is 100%. I mean, playing, yes, but not playing 100%.
Yeah, I mean, high ankles are brutal. They're absolutely brutal. I think Patrick is as tough as they come. My brain can't wrap around the concept of Patrick Mahomes losing to the same person 4 times in a row. I can't fathom it. I don't know if I'll get there by Sunday. I hope he's as healthy as possible, because he's the best player we have in the NFL.
But this Bengals team does not fear any stadium in the NFL. I mean, they do not fear it. In fact, it seems like they thrive on having to go on the road.
Yeah, their quarterback, man. Their quarterback's an assassin, I'll never forget. I called the national title game in 2019, LSU versus Clemson. I was Team Trevor Lawrence going into it. I called it on the MegaCast on the field. It was me, McAfee, Steve Levy, and I just remember walking out of that game and just honestly taken aback and being like, this Joe Burrow guy, he looked like an assassin. Like there was just everything about him. And I think the team has taken on that aura. I think Zach Taylor, who I know a little bit, has taken on that aura. There's also the reality that their defense is as well coached as anybody. They've got plenty of talent. They're very game plan specific. And they know that because of the quarterback, they have a chance against everybody in the NFL. And there's only like 2 or 3 teams that can really say that.
Hey, I heard you, I think it was yesterday on Get Up, say that you believe Joe Burrow is the best quarterback, not necessarily the best player. I would agree with you.
Not a popular thing to say.
No, but I'll tell you, I think you're dead on. I've said it for a couple of months now. I mean, the guy is incredible. And I was just going to ask you, nobody wants to be compared to Tom Brady. And it's really early in Burrow's career, but when you look at mentality, skill set, swagger, I mean, to me, he's the closest thing we've seen.
Yeah, totally. And I think the thing, and this is what I was trying to get across, is I can explain everything that Joe Burrow does. I can explain it. I cannot explain stuff that Patrick does. That Patrick does stuff that is undeniable. I can't break it down on an X's and O's. I can't teach people it. Everything Joe does, you can teach. He just does it, and he's the only one who does it, all of it at a high level. And that was the point. It wasn't like one guy's a white dude, one dude's a black dude. One guy's a pocket guy, one guy's not a pocket guy. But when you look at all the traditional bullet points of quarterbacking that has always been taught from day one, Joe excels at. Patrick does as well, but he has also like the ad lib that Joe does not have. And Joe does all of those bullet points consistently better than Patrick does. So like one guy, their styles are very different. And I just think that like quarterbacking wise, when it comes to just traditional stuff, Joe right now is doing it the best. Patrick's still the best player. And I think both those things could be true.
Your favorite wine, is that an Oregon Pinot behind you, your right shoulder, or the other side?
No, you know what? I don't think so. I think that is my favorite wine depends on the time of the year. This is a Roman ceremony. I have no idea how much. It's a cab.
It's a cab. I was going to ask you.
It's cold out, so
it's funny that he brought that up because I was going to say I've never met you, but I can tell you're disciplined. Because that would never be on my counter. You drank one glass.
Yeah, one glass.
One glass a day.
Yep.
That's pretty impressive. Because once
that
thing gets open.
I always used to joke, like before my wife and I have 4 kids. We have triplet 11-year-old boys and a 7-year-old daughter. I used to always joke before we had kids. I used to hear people say like, can't wait to like just get home and have a glass of wine or something. I used to be like, yo, your life's that bad, you need a drink after work or something, or like you need to have a glass of wine. And then we had kids and I was like, I cannot wait to have a glass of wine. So I'm that person now.
All right, he is Dan Orlovsky. Follow him on Twitter at Dan Orlovsky7. See him on ESPN throughout the week breaking down the AFC and NFC championship game. He's with us through the playoffs, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Thanks a lot, Dan. Have a great week.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. We'll see you next week. Dan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As I mentioned, right there at MyBookie.ag, you will find, Dan a little surprised by this, Cincinnati now the favorite. 1.5. Eagles favored 2.5 in the NFC Championship game. You can get down on that action this weekend. Open up an account, deposit $50, and you're eligible for a sign-on bonus. You bet it one time, it's yours. Not 10 times, 6 times, 8 times like other places. One time, and it is yours. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Of course, it's can't wait till I get home so I can have a glass of wine. And then you get older, and it's like, I cannot wait till I hit that sack, man, hit that bed. It gets
I'm shocked with his discipline. 1 glass a night. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
One of the best feelings, underrated feeling, is getting in between the sheets at night. And just that first time you lay down there and you just, such a good feeling, especially if they're clean sheets.
Listen to me. I don't know what it is, but there is something to me that when you accidentally, whether you got to wake up and go to the restroom or if you just roll over and just get enough alertness to notice the clock, and you feel like you've slept a long time, and you look at it and it's like, it's only 2:30.
I got 4 more hours.
I can sleep more.
Yeah,
that to me is a great feeling. Like you feel like you've slept a lot.
I got up the other night. It was 10:30 p.m.
Yeah. You were so excited.
You were in bed at 10:30
No,
p.m.
I went to bed at like 8:30.
Yeah,
and I got up and I thought it was probably like 2 or 3. I'm pretty good at guessing right around what it is.
No, the best feeling in the world though is sleep-wise is when you wake up and it's 6:30 and you're like, I didn't wake up all night. I do that. I wake up and
I did that last night.
Mouth and you're like, holy crap! It's 6:30.
I was surprisingly good at poker last night, and then I got home really late.
So did you win?
I finished 6th, but that's good for
That's
me.
pretty
14
good.
people to
Wow.
6.
Right.
High bar for you, man.
Rockstar, can you bring us our back pills?
But then I got home and I did not sleep long, but I slept really good. I mean, it was
good. I
about
like
5 good hours.
Shower, clean sheets, and a sleep through the night. Woo!
Yeah. But now I do want a glass of wine. Orlovsky has me tuned in for 1 glass of wine here
Oregon,
tonight.
or your other one's from Costa Rica?
I'm an Oregon Pinot Noir, and if I can't get a good Oregon, I go Argentina.
Argentina, yeah. That was close.
Down on the coast.
What, right? So, I mean, they're both south of the United States. I mean, don't act like they're...
Again, his dad is like...
I hate to say this, but we had such bad forest fires in 2012, 2013 that I think it really has bothered the vines in California.
Does it taste a little smoky when you drink
I don't love them as much as I used to.
Oh, God. I'd love to give you a blind taste test.
Oh, seriously.
I could put a Merlot in here, a Malbec, a Pinot Noir, and he would butcher all of it.
And it could cost $3 or it could cost $300, and I could not tell them apart.
We could have a barefoot here.
I do like bare feet. That is 3 hours of the show. One more to go here on the next round. And we will get into that NFL point spread that just flipped and a lot more right here on the show. That hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get by there and tell them we sent you by. Say hi to Sterling and the crew, and you'll enjoy a great meal. Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Heupel Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Heupel are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Heupel Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Heupel Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Red wine and scented candles equal Jim's Jam.
I'm telling you and Orlovsky, man, hang out. You
Listen,
light the candles, share some of the wine.
The candles are not all the time thing, but I do occasionally enjoy, and I don't drink a lot of excess, but I do have an occasional glass of wine or two. I never really go more than two, or just one bourbon at night, just a relaxer to watch the game, man. Yeah, absolutely. I love a good glass of wine.
You never go more than two.
No, I didn't say never go more than two. I said rarely do I go more than two. I don't drink as much. You know, I was making that point to Maggie the other day. I just don't.
You drink more since we started this venture than you ever have.
No, I am a binge drinker. That's what I am.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, I can go.
Get in trouble.
I can go weeks sometimes without having a drink, and then I can go to the Floribama and have a Bushwhacker, a Bud Light, 2 margaritas, 4 Bud Lights, a Bushwhacker, a rum and Sprite, and then 15 vodkas.
Where are your candles?
And then the next day,
fight throwing up for
the
18
next
hours.
day you can't operate.
I cannot operate. I am what you like to call an amateur. Yeah, an amateur at that. Final hour of the show. A lot to get to this hour, including the changing point spread line and a couple of comments that Forrester has put together for us. All this hour being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap getting you ready with your home right there, securing those gutters, and then you never have to worry about them again ever.
Yeah, we had somebody in the chat room reach out last week, and they got capped by C Stew. That didn't really sound good, did it? Got their gutters capped by C Stew.
I got an offer you can't refuse.
It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. All you got to do is call Chris Stewart now. He'll come out and give you the absolutely free estimate. 205-823-2212. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Again, he's got a 2023 special for the Next Round viewer and listener. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Andy Reid on Patrick Mahomes' injury, because we all believe, right, that the reason the Bengals are 1.5-point favorites now is because of this injury. If Patrick Mahomes did not have the high ankle sprain, it would probably be Chiefs minus 2.5.
Yeah, I would have listed the Chiefs probably 1.5 to 2.
I mean, it opened 1.5, and that was knowing he was injured.
Right.
So, I mean, I think you're right. If he was 100%, it probably opens, 2.5 or 3? Is that what you said?
And they were still the favorite yesterday, right? When
today.
When Andy Reid did this news conference, they were the favorites. So since then, this conversation is what has started to flip the line in Kansas City.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to jump to things right now, but let's just see how it goes here the next couple days. It's going to be sore, I know, but let's see where he's at. He's had this before, and was able to keep pushing through. Actually, against Jacksonville, a couple of years ago, same type of deal. So he pushed through that. The main thing is that he's safe. I mean, that's or as safe as you can be on a football field. So, that's the important thing.
So it's that comment right there. All of that right there that says, ooh, and all of a sudden the money starts shifting.
Here's how quick it did it. 3:13. I'm looking mybookie.ag line movement. 3:13 yesterday. Kansas City minus a point. 3:25 yesterday. Cincinnati minus a point. I mean, that's how quick that flipped that.
Yeah, this is going to be a big deal, I think, with his ankle. And the only saving grace for Kansas City is the public is all over the Bengals. Now, it didn't matter for the Bills last week because public was all over the Bengals. Bengals still won that game. The Bengals are a better team.
Yeah. By the way, Wednesday, tomorrow is the first time the Chiefs practice this week. They haven't had a practice this week. They don't start practicing till Wednesday. I mean, it's very different in the NFL than what you get in college. So Wednesday will be the first time the public will get to see Mahomes moving around on that leg if he's out there.
What I'm about to say just sounds stupid, and it wouldn't even be the dumbest thing I've ever said if it is. But, I mean, part of me thinks if you gave the Bengals a choice, would you like to play at home or on the road in the playoffs? I feel like they almost would say on the road. Nobody would ever say that.
Yeah.
But this team, I don't know, man. This team they're so driven by that.
Well, they've had to play on the road.
They've had to, but they've seen so much success, and it allows them to be that chip on the shoulder type team that they've succeeded in being. And they don't fear anywhere.
You know
man.
what was going to be interesting? If the Bills would have won that game, the Bills have been favored every game this season, the only team in the NFL. And based on Mahomes again, I think the Bills would have been favored as well. So they could have been a team that would have been favored in every game this season, including the Super Bowl.
Cut 5, rock star Zach Taylor, talking about what Brown is talking about here. It's they don't get caught up in all the stuff around them. Here's Zach Taylor on just worrying about what's right in front of them.
Is there a difference between sustaining success and having that initial success?
Well, I think winning in this league is extremely difficult, and you can't look far down the road. You just got to look at the next game in front of you, and I think that's what this team has always done, is who's in front of us, what do we got to do to beat them? Okay, we did it. What do we got to do next week? And so it hasn't really been about sustaining success for us. It's just about how do we win the next game, and next thing you know, you've won 10, and then you just focus on the next one. You try to be 1-0 the next week, and that's really all this team's honed in on.
That guy and his coaching staff, his coordinators and position coaches, do a really good job of coaching there. But in this conversation now with the Bengals and the Chiefs is the storyline that the Bengals have the Chiefs' number. This point in history, the Bengals have the Chiefs' number. They've won 3 straight. Joe Burrow 3-0 against Patrick Mahomes, 3-0. So he gets asked about that. Is it, much like when, they had beaten them one time, is it hard to beat a team twice? Then last year, is it hard to beat a team 3 times? Well, now you get the question, is it hard to beat a team 4 straight times?
There's going to be a lot of conversation this week about having to beat a team 4 times in a row and how difficult might that be. What are your thoughts on that?
We got to beat them 1 time in a row. It really, those other games, obviously there's more familiarity personnel-wise amongst both teams now. We obviously understand the environment we're walking into. That doesn't hurt. But at the end of the day, it feels like we played them a really long time ago. It feels like, I don't even know how many games ago it was, to be quite honest with you. I don't even know what month it was in. But, teams continue to evolve. And different strengths pop up, different weaknesses pop up. And so you got to do the whole game planning thing all over again and then get your guys ready to go and play in a tough environment against a great team.
So what do you make of the narrative that it might be tough to beat a team 4 times in a row?
I don't make anything of it. All we got to do is find a way to be prepared for Sunday and win this one.
Now, I agree with what Orlovsky just said with us. It is hard to wrap your mind around somebody beating Patrick Mahomes 4 straight times.
That's right.
Yeah,
if he's not 100%, it gets a little easier for you to wrap your mind around.
But again, it's Joe Burrow.
I know.
I don't have a problem even thinking that this can't happen. I lean Cincinnati right now. We'll see where this number goes and how the health of Patrick Mahomes is. But if you go back to the earlier matchup this year, Kansas City on the road led that game in the 4th quarter against Cincinnati. Cincinnati ends up winning that game by 3. You go back last year in the playoffs, they were down 21-10 at halftime, Cincinnati was. Thought that game was over.
Yeah.
And they were able to have a really good second half, take that game to overtime and win it.
So if Matt Stafford became a monk today, and you got to pick any quarterback in the NFL, like they're like, hey, that's very noble that Matt Stafford's going to be a monk. The Rams get to pick a quarterback.
I can answer this question for him. I know who he's going to say.
You 100% go Joe Burrow.
I said
Joe
it-
Burrow, right?
You don't even think twice about it.
I said it 2 months ago. If I could have any quarterback in this league, it would be Joe Burrow. Yeah.
Does that even surprise yourself that you're saying that out loud?
No.
Oh, it's got to. Based
But
on
at
where
one
you
point in
used
history?
to think about Joe Burrow.
Yeah. If you would have taken back 3 years, I'd laugh. But just since 2019, what he's done is undeniable. And even his rookie season, he was playing decently well until he hurt that knee.
Mahomes second?
Mahomes would be second, yeah.
Yeah, Clay's right. I had not stopped to think.
Mahomes is annoying somehow. So is Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's he's completely unlikable. But I had not stopped to think about it. The stack of AFC quarterbacks versus NFC quarterbacks. Until Clay brought that up, I just had not really stopped to think about it.
I think LT's made that point several times throughout the season. That,
Yeah.
the AFC is so much more difficult than the NFC.
Well, I knew the conferences are different, but when you just start stacking quarterbacks.
Put it this way, I think Jared Goff's a top 5 quarterback in the NFC.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree completely. Yes. Yeah.
One more thought on the AFC difficulty in those young quarterbacks being stacked 1, 2, 3 is in just a second. But first, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City, who, by the way, off of what Orlovsky was saying, he goes 10 kids. He's been raising kids for over 33 years now, and he says that glass of wine or whatever when you get home is much needed. I can only imagine. But also what's much needed is a roof guy, a guy who's going to help you protect your biggest investment in most cases, and that is your home, your forever home. That roof is so important. And if you got a roof problem up there, it leads to major problem, major money. So why not save yourself money right now by getting a free no-cost roof inspection? Free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation, by just calling Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. I was at a place last night getting a bowl of chili and a nice little sandwich. And
hi, Jim. You look good today.
Thank you.
Can I have a nice little sandwich with my bowl of chili?
Well, I was going to give the name of the sandwich, but then I don't care. I was at the Diplomat. Our friends at the Diplomat.
I love the Diplomat.
So I was getting a senator and a nice little bowl of chili.
The senator's so good. Do you get sprouts on it?
I do get sprouts. You hate the sprouts.
I don't like the sprouts.
Did you go at night or?
I was at night. I was on my way to play poker at Lunsford.
But you don't dip that sandwich in the chili. You didn't dip the
No.
senator. That's a bad mix.
But at the end, I did have a little
mopped it up a little bit.
Yeah. I ran out of meat, a little crust left over.
Out of 7 days, how many days do you eat dinner alone?
Such an ass.
I'm just
wondering. Yeah.
Like at the same table?
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about like a community table with a couple you don't know next to you.
No. I mean like Maggie and me eating together at a table.
That's right.
Yeah, like you breaking bread with a friend or a family member.
Oh, I mean, friends more than Maggie. I mean, Maggie and I oftentimes get caught up. She's doing some kind of work or schoolwork, so she'll eat through work. Like she'll graze, and I eat. So I go upstairs and eat and watch a game, Or I'm watching some old FX series now. It was Married, which only lasted 2 seasons, and it led me to another.
Grab your balls
bad
and watch
series.
The Shield if you're going to watch a good FX show.
No, these are really entertaining. They very 90s feel to them, but they were like in 2014. But I'm there getting my sandwich and my chili last night, and the guy said, "This free no-cost roof inspection from Greg from Pell City."
It's free and no cost. Yes.
He's like, "What is the catch?"
Yeah, really.
So long to get there.
I'm sorry to interrupt your chili and nice little sandwich.
I'm used to it.
No.
Not you interrupting the guy last night.
That's right.
He's like, "No, this was what I'm paying." But he's like, I love the show, thank you. But there's got to be a catch. Free no-cost roof inspection. I said, "There's not."
No.
He goes, "Well, why would I not just get a free no-cost roof inspection and use somebody else?" And I said, Greg's okay, and no obligation. Yeah. But, most people meet Greg, find out how trustworthy he is, and they do business with him. But it's a free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Storm Restoration Roofing. A lot of great benefits for active service people, reservists, and also veterans in the military. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So if to go back in history of the NFL to where we are now with these 3 young quarterbacks and what people are projecting are going to happen, and really are happening with the Chiefs and Bengals and Bills, you have to go back to the 1970s of the NFL. Okay? The 1970s of the NFL, where you had Terry Bradshaw's Steelers, where you had Bob Greasy, but basically Don Shula's Dolphins, and you had John Madden's Raiders, and you had Stabler and Greasy and Terry Bradshaw. Now, those quarterbacks are not as dynamic as these young quarterbacks were.
Not even close talent-wise.
They really are not, but the teams were.
It was a different game back
Those
then,
were
yes.
those were the dominant teams, and they stayed together for a whole decade. And you look at how those teams spread out the world championships over a decade. The Dolphins won 2. I think the Raiders won 2 in that decade. The Steelers won 4.
Yep.
The Dolphins lost in a Super Bowl.
Yep.
The Steelers did not lose in a Super Bowl. I don't know who the other one was that happened to make it out of that, but you spread those out. A lot of people believe we are in that point right now in the AFC that over the next 10 years, it's Bengals, Chiefs, and or you go back, it's been the Chiefs and Bengals. Chiefs, Bengals, Bills, and we're about to be that for a decade. Do you feel that at all?
No, I do not feel that.
Who's going to crash that party?
Well, I mean, first of all, the Bills have not been to a Super Bowl in this era.
They have not yet.
They've never won one.
I believe, Baltimore has been so close. So, if Baltimore can keep a healthy Lamar Jackson, I think they're right there in the mix. I think Jacksonville is a team you've got to watch out for.
I think Doug Peterson is obviously a good coach. I think we saw that Trevor Lawrence is on his way to being an elite NFL quarterback. He's not there yet. Obviously, still turned the ball over a lot in the postseason, but he showed signs that he could be that guy.
Yeah, look, and I think the Chargers, Brandon Staley's not getting it done right now. And you fired Joe Lombardi, your offensive coordinator. With a healthy Mike Williams, tweak the defense a little bit, I think the Chargers could be there.
I do feel like, though, Dunaway, when I was growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, the 4 most dominant NFL franchises were the Giants, Redskins, 49ers, and Cowboys. It was all NFC when I was growing up. And I feel like we're there with the AFC. I do feel like that.
I don't. I mean, last year in the AFC, your number 1 seed was the Titans.
I know.
They didn't make the postseason this year.
I know. It shows you how tough it is.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, though. I mean, this is a cyclical thing.
It is, but I think we're going to be AFC heavy for a little while right now. That's not to say the NFC won't win a Super Bowl, Lance, but I think the AFC is going to be the dominant conference for a little bit right now. They've got all the quarterbacks. Give me the NFC quarterbacks that scare you.
I just want to remind you, the NFC has won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yeah, it's about to start with the AFC.
This side of the table, Brown.
I'm
well aware. I am well aware, but I'm just telling you.
And by the way, we didn't bring this back up. Clay said, and look, this is just Clay Travis's opinion, he thinks Tom Brady will be in Miami next year.
He did. There's so much standing in the way of that. I disagree with Clay. I don't think that will happen.
And that was my bad. I asked him sort of the same question last week, and I thought I'd asked that to somebody else, so I wanted Clay's opinion on it. And when he started to answer it, I was like, oh, crap, it was Clay I asked that to, and it was an interesting comment. And so I got that twice, back-to-back weeks from Clay.
Yeah, Miami's in a salary cap issue. They've got some guys they've got to re-sign, and they have not given up on Tua yet. I mean, here's the Tua is a complicated thing. I mean, you've seen when Tua's healthy and upright, he's as good as anybody in the NFL. But what's the problem? He's never healthy and upright for a full season.
So this can be a poll question, but how many Super Bowl wins do you think the combination of Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen get before their careers are done? Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen. How many Super Bowl wins do they get? And I'll go ahead and give you Mahomes is 1 already.
Yeah, so Mahomes has got 1. Thing is, Cincinnati and Buffalo have never won a Super Bowl.
I'm going to say 0 for Allen. I don't think Buffalo will ever. I don't think he'll win.
I don't know. I think Burrow gets 1 this year.
Did you not think? Did you buy into any of the Stephon Diggs? Did it look like he and Allen were having it out at the end of the game?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like there might be a fractured relationship there, which would be significant.
He had him wide open.
He did.
With that question, not only I think Mahomes will get 1 more. I'll give Allen 1. I'll say 4.
4 total.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind the 2 franchises that I gave you, just from 71 to 80, they won 8 Super Bowls. 8 of them.
Yeah.
And that was just in a 10-year period, 10-season period. So, I mean, a lot more parity now than we had back then, in my opinion. That's fair, right?
Yes, the talent is more spread.
I mean, again, when you can go from winning a Super Bowl to not being in the postseason.
Yep. And players stayed. I mean, Franco Harris couldn't leave. Lynn Swann couldn't leave.
That's a big deal.
They had to stay there for a decade, mostly for their entire career.
I mean, if I told you guys next year, so Rams were in it last year, Philadelphia gets blown out in the first round by you guys. If I told you next year the Detroit Lions are in the Super Bowl, how shocked would you be?
I'd be shocked. In the playoffs, I'll take it. But Super Bowl, I'd be shocked at that.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked with the way the NFC's wide open right now.
Daniel says 8 Super Bowls total between those three quarterbacks. Goose goes 4, Don goes 3. Always thank you for your Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. Our friends at Heupel bring you the lock every day. LT, you tell us about Adam and Chad and how you can get your lock every day. It's simple, right? It's on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's simple, done away. Yesterday we went 4-0, by the way. Can't beat a 4-0, can you?
That's hard to beat.
Unless you go 5-0.
There we go, Scotty. Hey, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Just call our friends at Heupel Services. Mention you heard it right here on the next round. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Heupel Services. They want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Heupel Services, locally owned and operated, independent trade dealer. The team there can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Heupel Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090 or HempelServices.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
All right, before LT tells us about Dr. B, and then we'll get to our 4 downs, I got a pretty crazy basketball note to tell you about. I don't watch a lot of Detroit Mercy, basketball.
Really? You haven't caught up on them? What channel are they on?
I don't know, but I would imagine FS2.
CBS Sports Network.
Maybe. CBS Sports Network 2. Detroit Mercy. But Antoine Davis last night moved into second all-time in college scoring. All-time. Division I's college scoring.
I mean, who's first? Sorry, Jim.
3,288 points he scored now in 132 career games. He is now only behind a little guy we like to call Pistol Pete Maravich.
You teased this earlier. I forgot.
Yeah.
Pistol Pete.
Pistol Pete Maravich, who has in his career 3,667 points.
Without a three-point line, right?
In 83 games.
Yeah, but no three-point line. Am I correct for his whole career? Does this guy shoot a lot of threes?
I'll say it again. 3,288 in 132 games.
He does.
3,667 in 83 games.
So he's a guard, shooting guard Lance.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this guy, this is last year of eligibility, 10 regular season games and 1 conference tournament game, and maybe more if they keep winning. But so basically 11 games guaranteed left. He's got to average 34.5 points per game the rest of the season.
Yeah, not going to happen.
To pass Pistol Pete. And Pistol did it in 83 games.
My gosh, their coach is awful. They're 8-13. I would fire that guy in a heartbeat. How do you have maybe the greatest scorer of all time and you're 8-13? You got to win more games than that.
I think some of it is the number of seasons we're getting in basketball now.
Well, yeah, but still.
More interesting is how that guy didn't transfer out.
Oh, no joke. Why is he finishing up at Detroit Mercy?
Pistol Pete, how much do you think his scoring average was?
I think he was.
Game.
Now, people have got to remember 20-plus points in college basketball is a lot of points.
That's right. I think Brandon Miller is averaging right around 19 points a game.
I would say that Pistol Pete back in the day, because he was so dynamic, was 31 points a game.
This is Mike Davis's son?
I don't know that to be true.
That's what they're saying.
Antoine Davis is Mike Davis's son. That's what everybody's saying.
How
Wow.
about
How
that? Yeah, Mike was a good player himself. His he needs a better coach, man. 8-13.
Is there a chance that Mike is coaching?
You know, as I say that right now, Mike might be the coach there.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up their website.
That would explain a lot of things.
Thank you.
I think
why
I can
he's not
understand
transferring.
This is where Brown remembers he sat next to Mike Davis one time at Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, really liked him, and he backpedals.
Mike is a nice guy, but I don't think he's a very good coach.
Tremendously nice guy. Pete Maravich averaged 44.2 points per game.
Oh, my God.
For his career.
He's the head coach. Yeah, Mike's the head coach, and his son is the assistant basketball coach. I would tell them they probably need to enjoy this season. Once they don't need the kid anymore, they're probably going to lose their job.
Yep.
That is that's Pete Maravich. You go back and what he did to this league in 83 games. I guess you could only play 3 years back then. And that is insane how many points he scored. What a show he must have been.
Most Mike Davis thing ever to have the second leading scorer of all time.
I mean, the closest thing we've gotten to Pete Maravich was Jimmer Fredette, right?
For a year.
I mean, just the way he played.
And didn't Trae Young have a little bit? Or he was more compared to Steph Curry.
The weirdest thing about Trae Young, and Trae Young's a fantastic player now, but when he played Alabama in that Big 12 SEC showdown, after that game, he was never the same.
Yeah, Alabama defended him, and a lot of people started doing what Alabama did.
Alabama broke him.
Yeah, now NBA came to defend him.
Dr. B.
Hey, look, with age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. I didn't even notice mine because I was telling somebody this yesterday, and I'm almost 6'3", and so looking in the mirror, everything looked fine, and we started doing this venture here on the next round, and when I turned to the side, I'd see that I was missing a little hair. I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name. Everyone said T3hair.net. That is the website you need to check out. Dr. B, they perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. Cutting edge, Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. Can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, to help patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. You can also go online, t3hair.net.
I'm with Tom. You got to put an asterisk next to that record. Coach's son. You can't count it if it's a coach's son. He's got the green light all the time.
Pete Maravich played a lot for his dad back in his LSU days.
Waters that down a lot too.
Yep.
If you got the coach, if your dad's the coach, you get to shoot all the time. I will recognize the record of somebody that didn't play for their dad.
Kansas lost their third straight game last night. You concerned about Kansas at all?
Okay, so go back last week in Manhattan. Kansas State's a really good team. And, that was a back-and-forth game. Then they get destroyed by TCU at home this past weekend. And, look, Baylor is just a team that Scott Drew has done such a good job, obviously winning the national championship 2 years ago. But how about this? Their last 33 games against top 25 teams. What do you think Baylor is?
Last 33?
Yep.
I saw this, so I can't
and
say
this
it.
is the last 4 seasons. This shows you how good the Big 12 is.
No, Scott.
Against top 10 or top 25?
I got top 10 and top 25.
I've got top 10. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so 33 against top 10?
Yep.
I'm going to say they're 23-10.
25-8.
Woo!
Yep.
That's
over
getting
the
after
past
it,
4 seasons. And against top 10, they're 12-1 their past 13.
12-1 against the top 10.
Look, and that was a back-and-forth game for a little bit. We had Baylor, by the way, part of our 4-0. But, no, Kansas, they're still one of the best teams in college basketball.
And I agree. And 2 things here. One, when I was at Lunsford's last night, we were watching some of that game during poker, and entertainment night. As I was sitting there playing, I said, the Big Ten gets all these bids, but it's the Big 12 teams that scare me in the NCAA tournament. To me, the Big 12 is a better basketball conference than the Big Ten. I understand the Big Ten is going to get all these bids and everything, but when I fill out my bracket, it always feels to me like the big and you just look at the last 2 national champions, Kansas and Baylor. They win championships. Those Big 12 schools, to me, when we get to the dance, they survive in advance. That's a tough league.
It is. I trust them more than I trust the Big Ten for sure.
I almost right now would take Big 12 SEC against Field. I know that's not way out on a limb.
It's not, but I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, but how many SEC teams are really in that mix?
Alabama, Tennessee, Auburn.
I mean, we could be down to, you brought it up yesterday, we could be down to 5. Doug Seeger said it on the zone with you. It could be down to 5 SEC bids.
Could, but I'm starting to think Alabama's that good. And then, and by the time we get to the tournament, who knows who's going to be really good.
But I truly believe this. I think as long as Kentucky survives tonight, if Kentucky beats Vandy tonight, I believe this is set up to such an easy stake bet win or an easy gambling win, however you guys want to look at it, on Saturday at Rupp Arena, that Kansas, whatever points they're getting or giving, take Kansas against Kentucky, and that's an easy win on Saturday. If Kentucky wins tonight, that line won't be exactly the way it should be. 3-game losing streak. Kentucky's won 4 in a row. You're going to get some value in Kansas. Kansas is the gym lock of the weekend.
Well, I mean, Kansas should be probably a 3-point favorite, even if Kentucky has a 6.5-point favorite tonight.
In Rupp? So in Rupp, you think Kansas is a 3.5-point favorite?
I think they should be.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've watched both teams this year.
I mean, will you get a gauge from this Big 12 SEC weekend? I mean, not that it matters. You're going to settle it on the floor.
By the way.
Well, of course, you got Kentucky, Kansas. That's every year. And Alabama, Oklahoma.
You take the SEC every year. Am I getting the Big 12 this year?
I thought we'd go do this.
I mean, I don't know the matchups.
Let's go through it because I wanted y'all to do that because you've done it every year.
Let's do it later. Let's do it closer to the weekend.
Yeah, another day.
But again, Tripp, you like to gamble. Kansas value this weekend. No matter what it is, no matter what you're giving, no matter what you're getting.
Yeah.
However, Kansas will beat Kentucky's eyes out.
Run them out of
this weekend. Yeah, it'll be embarrassing how bad they beat them at Rupp. Eyes out.
And Lance, and Lance thought people were going to get pissed at Rockstar telling them John Calipari retired. I think they'd love it.
That's right. You're going up there, Rockstar, and when you leave town, that'll be the last good thing to happen in Lexington this weekend.
Sad show. It's going to be a sad show.
Snow tonight in Lexington. We've got Black Jacket Symphony Thursday, Black Jacket Symphony Friday. Then the rest of the weekend sucks.
That's right.
Kentucky basketball gets their eyes beat out.
Yep.
They don't need a number, right? You don't need those points.
Do not need the points. And
Yeah.
they'll look back and they'll say, God, I wish Black Jacket Sympathy was back.
Yeah. Rumors.
Rumors has it.
We just got tusked.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
All in our face here at Rupp Arena.
Oh, my God.
They do have a guy named Dick. Kansas does. No, they do.
Grady Dick.
Andy Dick is the guard for Kansas.
it's Grady Dick.
Grady Dick.
Yeah,
Andy Dick is a whole other problem.
Yeah.
It's Andy's kid, I think.
Andy Dick would wear the same shirt all the girls are wearing at Kansas.
He ain't Andy.
Grady Dick.
He ain't Andy's kid.
He's a big fan of number 4. All right, so that's a little basketball last night. We'll do 4 downs when we come back. Part of the show today being brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com and our friends at Ghost. You see the Ghost logo there wherever you get your energy drinks. Look for that logo. logo. Zero sugar right there. And if you're cruising across America, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, and right now at JohnstonRVCenter.com, they've got those Coachman Freedom Expresses. The Coleman store has them all right there. I-65, exit 304. You can get a great introductory offer on the 2023 Freedom Express 192 RBS. They got a ton of storage space, a big refrigerator, beautiful new interior design. Yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. It's an incredible deal there. Lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old at both locations. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
So funny in the Southeastern Conference when you get a raise that looks like it's monumental, and then you see that you still rank in salary behind Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, Jimbo Fisher, and Brian Kelly. In what conference, in what world do you live in when Tennessee could pay Josh Heupel $9 million a season, $9 million a season, and you still rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in salary? That's what it is in the SEC
And
now.
as Chris Lowe points out, Heupel was hired at $4 million a year. He made $5 million last year. He is already up to $9 million a year on one good season. It is crazy. We were talking about that in the break.
That's how bad Tennessee football's been.
I know. They're so hungry, but one good season anymore in college football, and you're set for life. You're not just set for like the next 2 or 3 years. At a big program, you are set for life. The buyout that'll come along with this, If Heupel falls on his face, he'll never have to work again. It's crazy. All it takes is one good year anymore.
That's all it takes.
But now you made the point. One bad year and you can be going easy.
Yeah, but again, you got a golden parachute.
Yep.
But most of it is a 75% bailout. So you got 9 years for $9 million a year for 6 seasons, right? So you're looking at $51 million there. 75% of that, if he gets fired after 1 year, you got 5 years left.
Wait,
on $9 million.
You said $9 million for 6 years.
Yeah,
and you said $51 million.
He did say $51 million.
Well, you're way off.
You got that Montevallo spot coming up?
Yeah, I don't. I've already done that one.
It's $54 million. You only missed by $3 million.
Wait, what am I doing wrong?
6 times 9. You're multiplying wrong.
6 times 9. Okay.
Yeah.
So I did it in my head. I went 6 times 10 was 60, and I took $9 million away from that, right?
Oh, no.
To get to 51.
It's a new form of math right there.
Yeah.
Well, you should have taken 6 away.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
Yeah, I mean, you were just way off.
I took the wrong number away.
I would have let it go if you weren't so far off.
Yeah. So I was off by $3 million. So $54 million.
Okay.
But he coaches a year.
Yep.
So now we're down to what, $45 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so $45 million, 75% of that. You're good with percentages because you're in sales.
75% of
just ballpark it for me.
Ballpark it for you.
30,
that would be
30.
40 grand, or $40 million.
Yeah. So I'm getting $40 million if I bomb after one more year. Still walking away with a ton of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good contract, but it's not Jimbo Fisher's contract, but it's a good contract. So Tennessee's not, my point is, Tennessee's not tied in like Jimbo Fisher in Texas A&M. The Volunteers are not tied into Josh Heupel.
I don't know if anybody's going to get tied into one of those deals again.
What a guarantee. Somebody will. Somebody will be desperate enough to do it, but I think it'll be fewer and far between.
You know, if you could get, I understand, Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was a big enough track record with the consistency and his age that you could do it. Jimbo Fisher, it's a special quarterback. It was 1 year.
It'd be $33 million, $34 million. So, yeah, I mean, he's set for life now.
Yeah. But it's
if that's 75%, it could be more than that.
But when you say $30 million, whatever it is after that, you start whittling that down every year. If he has 2 bad years, he's still fireable kind of guy.
He is.
So it's not like it's Jimbo Fisher.
No, it is not Jimbo Fisher.
And that's what you don't want anymore. If you're a Tennessee fan, if you believe Heupel is going to be good, you're going to give him a new contract every year. That's what Kirby's about to get at Georgia. But then if it goes bad, how bad does it have to go before you fire him? Not too bad, because $27 million, not that big of a deal. $23 million, not that big of a deal.
I think he's going to do a good job, but imagine if he bounces back the other way. Yeah. I mean, you remember there was a moment where people were like, it's Jeremy Pruitt. This is going to work.
I don't remember that.
Oh, I do remember that.
I mean, Butch Jones was winning 9 wins a year. I mean, there was a time you thought that was working.
I don't remember that either.
You don't remember him winning 9 million?
And I'm not a Tennessee fan. We have a couple of Tennessee fans who visit us all the time.
Well, they're not going to say it now.
Don't remember ever thinking Jeremy Pruitt was going to work as a head coach.
I remember a couple of things. The year that it was pretty close at Alabama halftime, and he came out, and what did they say? It was the question, Brown, you'll remember this.
Well, it was how do you make up the difference here in the game, or how come back? And he says it starts with recruiting, basically. Basically, we ain't got the roster.
I think they got excited about that. And then I think coming out of the next fall camp, there were Tennessee fans that I talked to that went to practice, and they said, this year is going to be different.
Let's do 4 downs. Vulcan Tires brings us that every day. 5 great locations for our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, the 5th location, the newest, is right there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Get in today for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who's back in coaching first, Chris Peterson or Dan Mullen?
Both of them doing TV. I don't know how you guys feel about Dan. I don't think you like his television work there, Dunaway.
I have never said that.
Literally thought you did right after the bowl game. You thought he was awful doing that bowl game.
No, as an analyst in the booth, but I like him in the studio.
Oh, in the studio you like him. You did not like him as an analyst. Okay.
Which is what Chris Peterson does. He's
in studio. Yeah. And I don't know how you like him. I think he does a pretty good job.
I think both of them does a pretty good job.
I'm going to say Dan Mullen's back in first.
I mean, right now, Dan Mullen's still spending the Florida money that we were just talking about, right? He's spending a lot of money.
And Peterson strikes me, he just looks like a guy that's retired. I'm watching him on TV. He doesn't look like a guy that wants to coach anymore. He looks retired to me.
Would you be shocked if Dan Mullen ends up in Tuscaloosa?
A little bit surprised, yeah.
I would be too, just ego-wise. I'd say Dan Mullen has a better chance of coaching again. I agree with Brown. I think Chris Peterson is a guy who's very comfortable not being the coach anymore.
I would lean Dan Mullen, too.
Second down.
Okay, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers back to the postseason as a starting quarterback. One of them, both of them, or none of them?
None of them.
You don't think Tom Brady will? I mean, Aaron Rodgers actually I could get, but you don't think Tom Brady will go somewhere where he can make the playoffs next year?
I don't think Tom Brady will quarterback again.
I think he will. I think Aaron Rodgers is the one that retires.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Aaron Rodgers retires too.
So
but
I'll take one.
I truly believe Tom Brady takes a moment, as he said last night with Jim Gray, looks at this year, looks at some tape, looks at how sad it looked at times, and say, I don't want that much tape out there of me looking this bad, and he shuts it down.
I agree with what Clay said. You know, to have a divorce and to have a career change when you had such a structured existence for so long, I think compounding both at the same time is a little difficult. So I think he'll go one more year.
I think, though, if you're Tom Brady, you have to I don't know if he cares how at the end of his career is remembered, but chasing a championship leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Do you not think it looks bad for him to play in a third uniform?
I do. That's what I'm saying. And he's clearly just chasing another ring. And
so easy to say in retrospect. Should have shut it down 2 years ago after you won Super Bowl.
How perfect would it have been if he won one Super Bowl without Belichick and said, look, see?
I
then
believe,
walked off.
You know, Sean McVay is the youngest coach to ever win a Super Bowl at 36. In retrospect, I think he would have taken one of those jobs after last season. Because can you imagine if he was making $15 to $18 million in the booth right now and the Rams were in their situation? Everyone would say this is maybe one of the greatest coaches that has abbreviated his career in the history of the NFL.
And he'd be that forever.
Yeah.
And he, Gruden was not as accomplished at that point as McVay was, and Gruden was always coveted to come back. I mean, Bill Cowher for years coveted to come back out of the broadcast booth, 100%.
Third down.
Better next 3 years, Hugh Freeze or Lane Kiffin?
I think Lane broke every piece of momentum he had going with the Auburn surge carrying on publicly like it did. How many years? 3? Hugh Freeze.
Almost every Auburn coach, if not every Auburn coach, Harson's going to be an exception to this. He had such a short window, wins 8 or 9 games. I mean, it's just, you fall back. I mean, you start there as the Auburn coach. And a lot of them go,
they have success immediately.
Yeah, a lot of them have success very early on. I mean, Chiswick went undefeated. Tuberville went undefeated. Gus went 13-1. Again, Harsin is the outlier there. So, I mean, those are amazing seasons at Ole Miss. It's routine that an Auburn coach has those. So I'll go Hugh Freeze.
I actually think Hugh Freeze is better than any of those coaches you mentioned.
Yeah, but tell me this: what is if I'm?
I would go Hugh Freeze.
If I'm a player at Ole Miss and I'm coming in on the portal and they continue to get portal people, what is Lane Kiffin telling me with the way he's treated Jackson Dart this offseason? Bringing in these quarterbacks, Graham, the Walker Howard, the kid from LSU, you understand, right? Because he's got so much eligibility left. Bring him in as a backup 1 more year. Jackson Dart could go pro 2 more years, whatever. But to bring in Spencer Sanders, that to me is cutting one of your own's throat right there. And I think it's a bad look.
He doesn't care. I think the how unaware Lane Kiffin is right now, it's like he's sniffing markers. I mean, we showed. And you brought up the great point on the tweet earlier that he retweeted Brown, where basically throws Pete Golding under the bus, a guy he just hired.
Yeah, he took that tweet down and apologized.
Did he really?
Actually, he did. Completely ignored Dunaway.
Fourth down.
Hopefully he's got something more to do during the day.
His intern ignored Dunaway.
Neil Diamond is 82 today. Better career, Neil Diamond or Eli Manning?
Well, Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. Neil Diamond's very accomplished.
Trust me, I don't celebrate Neil Diamond.
I mean, what did he do outside of Sweet Caroline?
Forever in Blue Jeans.
Yeah, I mean,
that's Coming to America.
That's actually one of his worst songs, isn't it?
Yeah, I did not like awful. Coming to America.
I mean, I think all his.
No, I like the movie.
But
I didn't like his song. I'll go Eli Manning easy. Won 2 Super Bowls.
I mean, he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
That's right.
And I'm sure he has part of Peyton's business, right?
Retired jersey. Didn't they retire his jersey?
Neil Diamond has sold 130 million records worldwide.
No, he's very popular.
He's had 10 number 1 singles. I mean, that trumps 2 Super Bowls.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, 10 number 1 singles?
Does that mean you have to be number 1 for the year?
No.
Oh, come on. We do that 52 times a week. They get a number 1 single.
I mean, do you know how many? There's a little bit more songwriters out there than Super Bowl quarterbacks.
I mean, this is just all from time that I really wasn't paying attention to this. I mean, I caught Forever in What was it? Forever Blue Jeans?
Forever in Blue Jeans.
Okay, I remember that song being on, but I remember how much I hated it. But some of these songs are just older songs that he had at number 1.
Damn, I didn't realize he's been through 4 wives.
Yeah, see? Eli's only got the one wife, so he's not chopping up all that alimony either.
He wouldn't have that wife if his name wasn't Manning.
He's got twice as many wives as Eli has Super Bowls.
That's right. Harder to win a Super Bowl than to get a number 1 single.
I Said, Forever in Blue Jeans, Hello Again.
Yep.
Not a lot of songs. Cherry.
See, you've just proved my point.
All right, he's had 10 number 1s. I don't know what the hell they were, but...
Well, it's harder to win a Super Bowl than to get a number 1 single, so I'm going to weight Eli Manning's 2 Super Bowls a little more.
He's worth $300 million. I bet that's about what Manning's worth.
Yeah, see?
Cracklin' Rosie, Holly Holy.
Oh, wait, that's so awful.
Yeah. September Mom.
Yeah. Give me Eli.
Love on the Road. Or is that Rocks? Love on the Rocks. My bad.
I'm heading out to Cleveland, baby. Get a little bit of that love on the road.
That one's for you, Rocks. Or Love on the Road.
Eli's only worth half of what my man Neil Diamond is worth.
Yeah.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Hey, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Great guys. 5 locations. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Proud Prime, Neil Diamond over Eli.
Again, Eli Manning and Neil Diamond walk through the Birmingham airport. Who gets stopped?
I think probably
not even
both.
Close, Eli Manning.
Yeah, Seth, Neil Diamond's iconic.
Neil Diamond would have like chest hair hanging out and like rhinestones on.
I couldn't pick Neil Diamond out of a police lineup.
Eli Manning looks like every other guy.
Yeah, except he wins Super Bowls.
2 of them, not just
right.
1. All right, that is our 4 Downs. That is that part of the show. When we come back, final thoughts right here on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live. or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
All right, final segment, basketball tonight, LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, Vandy in the SEC. Just to show you life in the Big 12, Oklahoma, who Alabama plays this week, on the road at number 11 TCU, 7 o'clock ESPN Plus tonight. Number 5 Kansas State on the road at number 12 Iowa State. And Texas, number 10, playing host to Oklahoma State. It seems like it's always a tough night conference play in the Big 12, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
I mean, Auburn's game at West Virginia is going to be hard this weekend. I mean, it's a challenging game, tough place to play. The record looks bad, but that's a good basketball team Auburn's playing this weekend.
You know, that's what's so amazing about Bill Self, and I think the number was 13 consecutive regular season Big 12 championships. Not going to happen this year.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about TCU, how good they've looked. They're only favored 4.5 over Oklahoma, who's 11-8. To your point there, and look, I know it's college basketball and everything is tight. It seems, but to put that in perspective, LSU is at Arkansas. Arkansas's favored 12.5 in that game. And I don't even know if Arkansas is any good.
Yeah,
and they're favored 12.5.
But I think we do know what LSU is.
Missouri's at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is favored 1.5.
Ole Miss is?
Yes, sir. Look at Dunaway. Dunaway perked up. MyBookie.ag, Dunaway.
Well, I mean, is Kobe Brown playing?
I couldn't tell you. Based on that line, the answer seems no.
I'll take Ole Miss right now.
Our friends, Way to Wellness, want to remind you that you can get into shape in 2023. Start by losing a little weight, maybe getting your blood pressure in check, maybe getting your cholesterol numbers in a better place. All that can happen with Leslie and her board-certified team at Way to Wellness. Free consultation and no out-of-pocket money. In fact, there's no contracts and no sign-up fees, and that consultation's free. Go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. One of the easiest weight loss plans you will have. It will change the way you eat. You can go take a listen or an interview with Leslie and find out what the plan's about. But there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everyone is different, and they have some other things they can offer you there. At Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living, the website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. I will take Missouri plus 1.5 tonight for a stake since I'm up 5.
Game's in Oxford, Jim.
Yep, that's what I said.
I know. Just
So I'll take
in Oxford.
What am I getting? 1.5
You're
plus
1.5.
Is that what it is right now, bro?
That's right. Right now, the MyBookie.ag spread is Ole Miss minus 1.5.
Lunsford, you're welcome.
So there you go. So I've got Missouri plus the 1.5 tonight against Ole Miss, and that'll end our show here. We'll see how this plays out when we're back live with you at 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We're going to knock out a couple of mystery fifth hours. We'll drop some later this week for you as you get ready for a weekend. Maybe you're on the road somewhere. Don't forget Sunday's championship week. Dan Orlovsky earlier on the show. You can go find that wherever you get our podcasts, including places like Odyssey, Alexa. You can go get it at Apple Podcasts, Spotify. And thank you to TuneIn Radio and iHeartRadio for joining us today on the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.